Hello, and welcome to the lore of Suzerain, Kingdom of Rizia. On today's episode, this is going to be a long one. Time to go through, well, everything. Let's start with our overview. Military. We have military conscription. Mandatory for individuals aged 24 and older, Rizia's 12-month-long conscription policy has been in place since the early 1900s. A result of regional tensions, though this long-standing practice ensures the nation remains military vigilant and prepared. Provincial division obligations. Provinces like Brinas, Velenquires, and Cardias, Monteclair, are obligated to provide a division-size formation, maxing at 14,000 to the central government from their resources. This arrangement strengthens the central military force while preserving provincial autonomy in recruitment and training. Rizian Armed Forces. The principal standing military body of Rizia and the RAF encompasses the Land, Navy, and Air Force, with its headquarters in Monteclair and under General Carlos Azaro's leadership. The RAF stands as a testament to Rizia's defensive might, albeit ranking 8th in the size in Eastern Recopa. Volstaltar Military Industrial Complex. Located in the heart of Volstaltar, the Forge of Rizia is renowned for its expansive foundries and factories. The Royal Fos Foundry, the most prominent among them, sits majestically at the end of King's Avenue and primarily equips the Rizian police and military with weapons forged from local iron. Pale's administrative district border fortifications, an expansive network of trenches and land defenses along the Rizian-Pale's border, constructed 2 decades ago for strategic defense against potential threats. This fortified barrier reinforced the Rizian claim and ensures security in the region. We have situations. Heavy reliance on foreign equipment. A significant chunk of Rizia's military hardware comes from international markets. This overdependence on foreign suppliers jeopardizes operational autonomy, making defense strategies vulnerable to international politics and supply chain distributions. We have a small Rizian fleet. The reduction to a smaller Rizian fleet marks a significant strategic challenge, limiting Rizia's maritime operation scopes. This situation necessitates a heightened focus on tactical ingenuity and efficient resource allocations to safeguard national maritime interests and maintain a competitive edge in naval encounters. We have a waning combat experience. A noticeable decline in recent battlefield engagement has led to a lack of seasoned veterans. The absence of hands-on combat experience has left newer recruits dependent on simulated drills, a poor substitute for real crucible of war. Adequately trained officer corps. Rizia takes pride in its officer corps, a group of well-schooled military minds molded by rigorous training programs. Their expertise often offsets some of the logistical challenges faced by the armed forces, ensuring competent command during critical operations. That's good. Lack of naval interdiction capabilities. Rizia's naval forces face a gaping hole in their interdiction capabilities. The absence of ships capable of denying enemy movement puts maritime borders at risk, emphasizing the urgent need for naval upgrades. The Rizian missile lack of short to medium range missiles. The Rizian missile arsenal lacks efficient short to medium range variants. The limitation hampers Rizia's ability to project force over neighboring territories and defend against immediate threats. Lack of modern bombers. Modern bomber fleets elude Rizia's Air Force, an absence keenly felt in strategic planning sessions. Older aircraft models comprise the majority, reducing the reach and impact of aerial bombardment campaigns. Corps-sized mobile forces. The corps-sized composition of the mechanized and motorized forces strikes a critical balance between substantial combat power and mobility. These units, equipped for a variety of military operations, excel in both offensive and defensive role. Their corps-level structure allows for significant tactical flexibilities, making them versatile and reliable component of the national defense strategy. Half-full military equipment stockpile. The military stockpile is at a moderate level, covering essential infantry weapons, anti-tank, anti-air systems, and vital equipment like armor, gear, communication tools, while fulfills immediate defense requirements. There's a clear need to enhance the stockpile, including updates in gear and technology, to ensure long-term preparedness and operational efficiency. Also, the ones with white, keep in mind these have changed since whatever the beginning is, just because, I did boost army at the very beginning, so I presume these aren't the same if you don't boost your army and that starting thing, but oh well. The Rizian Armed Forces maintains a balanced but not desired level of manpower, adequate for current defense requirements. This equilibrium, achieved through steady recruitment and retention efforts, ensures a stable military force capable of fulfilling national defense obligations. However, the need for vigilance and manpower planning remains to adapt to its security challenges. Paratrooper Brigade. The formation of a dedicated paratrooper brigade, while smaller in scale, represents a strategic enhancement of Rizia's airborne assault capabilities. The unit's specialized training and equipment enable high-mobility, rapid response operations, crucial for seizing key positions and conducting surprise assaults. The brigade's existence reflects Rizia's commitment to maintaining a dynamic and flexible military force, able adapting to a multitude of combat scenarios. I mean, they're already more balanced, and complex and have more things going for them than every nation I ever play in Hearts of Iron 4 Curse of War, because I never actually do anything besides just building troops. Tanks, pfft. Boats, pfft. Maybe if I need a naval invade. Planes, never. Just men and sometimes boats. What else do you need, you know? But this is probably a smarter idea, you know? Probably smarter. The establishment of a new Marine division signals a strategic enhancement in Rizia's military structure. The development showcases a focused investment in specialized amphibious units, bolstering Rizia's capacity for swift and effective maritime operations. The division is poised to play a pivotal role in coastal defense and offensive operations, reinforcing Rizia's strategic presence in key maritime regions. Monarchist fighting traditions. Rooted in Rizia's royal heritage, the monarchist fighting traditions bolsters the nation's military ethos. Soldiers draw inspiration from past monarchs, channeling their valor and wisdom on modern battlefields. This blend of historical reverence and martial prowess elevates the armed force morale. And we have large Mountaineer Corps. The formation of a sizable Mountaineer Corps underscores Rizia's strategic emphasis on mountain warfare and terrain-specific combat readiness. The specialized force enhances Rizia's defense and offensive capabilities in rugged terrains, providing significant tactical advantage in mountainous regions. The Corps' presence also serves as a deterrent to adversaries contemplating incursions into Rizia's high-altitude territories. And now we've read the first one. You know, just taking a little bit, you know. Capital punishment. In Rizia, capital punishment is employed as a legal penalty for specific severe crimes. Rooted in historical jurisprudence. I'm bad at talking. This method of retribution is a subject of contemporary debates, with both proponents and opponents. Homosexuality banned. Rizia enforces legal prohibitions on homosexual relationships. This ban reflects deep-seated traditional values and stands as a point of contention in both domestic dialogues and international relations. Just because I see that's there, anything I do in game does not guarantee, does not represent my political views in real life. I say that because we're going absoluteless monarchy religious playthrough. I have a feeling that's staying there. That does not represent my views in real life, but my character is gonna be an absolute monarchist religion person. I have a feeling that's not changing unless something odd happens, so just putting that out there. Semi-centralized political structure. The kingdom operates under a semi-centralized constitutional monarchy, a governance model where the monarch retains significant power, but certain facets of provincial governance are directly left to regional authorities. Labor hands restricted. In Rizia, Wezek, and Durdian, guest workers face rights restrictions, contrasting with native Rizian workers, established through specific visa policies. These restrictions create discernible labor dynamics and socio-economic disparities within the workforce. Symbolic House of Delegates. House of Delegates primarily plays a symbolic role in the nation's legislative framework, while members actively engage in policy debates. Their direct influence on the enactment of these policies remains notably limited. We have state media control. Let's go! All major media outlets in Rizia operate under the Royal Herald with stringent state oversight, ensuring a consistent narrative. This level of control is pivotal in ensuring that disseminated information aligns closely with state-determined objectives and perspectives. Citizenship by blood right. Citizenship can be granted based on a person's ancestral descent of Rizian blood if they were born outside Rizia. This policy strongly emphasizes familial ties, offering a path to citizenship for individuals proving Rizian lineage. Alright, I like that. The Golkanist Blasphemy Law. The Golkanist Blasphemy Law significantly limits the access of Golkanists to their pivotal religious sites, leading to strained diplomatic relations with Sturdia. Additionally, this law has raised concerns regarding the preservation of religious rights and freedoms within Rizia. State religion. Waricism. Waricism, focusing on teachings from Saint Dast and Saint Warwick, is the state-endorsed religion of Rizia. It is uniquely emphasizes value of curiosity, skepticism, and expression of gratitude, resonating with a large segment of the population. Pales Administrative District. The Pales Administrative District, reclaimed by Rizia Imperi in early 20s, operates under Rizia's jurisdiction. This district is notably marked by a historic Valgish fortress, which now stands as the government headquarters. Once under control of the Valgos Empire, the strategic waters between Pales and Kalbiz shifted to Rizian domain in the 1920s, solidifying the district's importance in regional dynamics. Iza City-State. Iza, the culturally rich third-largest city in Rizia, boasts a unique history as a merchant republic and renowned for its diverse heritage, university, and merchant roots. Post the 1926 uprising, governed its traditions to House Tauros. Drugs banned. All forms of narcotic and recreational drugs are strictly prohibited, with possession, distribution, or usage potentially leading to significant legal penalties. This strict prohibition also affects research and medical applications for certain substances. Male preference primogeniture succession. Under the system, the eldest living son of the monarch inherits the throne, followed by his brothers and then sisters, in order of birth. This succession practice reinforced the traditional lineage system, prioritizing male heirs while still recognizing female heirs in the absence of a male sibling. The most common version. No separation of powers. Rizia's government structure centralizes authority, with the monarch holding the ultimate decision-making power. Yeah. Well, this leads to rapid choices. The absence of power disperser raises brows among democratically inclined observers. Supporters, however, appreciate the swift decisiveness this structure permits. Why is this in red? This should be in green. Unfair treatment of foreigners. Durnian, Wessex, Bloodish, and other labor hands, as well as people, navigate a challenging Rizian landscape marked by bias. These foreigners, vital cogs in Rizia's economic machinery, often grapple with systematic prejudices. The repercussions echo in diplomatic halls and the international forums. Media censored. The Royal Herald stands as Rizia's prominent source of state information, setting the narrative tone for lesser publications. Other media voices often tread cautiously, wary of overstepping invisible lines. Whispers of cogent journalism offer hope to these thirsting for unfiltered truth. Weak human rights. Human rights in Rizia remains a tender issue. Detentions without trials, limited freedom of expression, and the looming specter of capital punishment signify an ambitious stance on individual liberties. Hushed voices yearn for reform, hoping to see a dawn of more humane policies. Adequate women's rights. Historical reforms place Rizia ahead of many nations concerning women's rights. Yet even with those advances, political and economic rights for women, especially those from non-privileged backgrounds, remain constricted. The social acceptance of women in leadership roles, especially outside privileged circles, continues to work in progress. Moderately homogeneous society. A predominant Rizian worship population enjoys societal privileges, shaping much of the country's culture and political discourse. Though minority communities contribute to the national mosaic, their voices sometimes get overshadowed by the majority drumbeat. Royal traditions upheld. Royal traditions are revered in Rizia, serving as a cornerstone for the nation's laws and administrative mechanisms. These time-honored customs offer stability and continuity, affirming the kingdom's heritage and the monarchy's pivotal role in guiding its future. Yes, of course. Now we have the economy. Resource-based economy. Rizia's economy thrives on its abundant natural resource, from gold, gas, oil, and other minerals to world-class wine. This resource-driven approach ensures steady growth, employment opportunities, and positions Rizia as a key player in the global commodities market. I like it. Rizian Royal Gold. RRG, originating from Rizia's gold-rich regions, now holds significant gold reserves. marking it as a key player in Recopa's economy. With its roots in Zillas, RRG has strategically expanded its operation outside, notably in Morella, ensuring a consistent inflow of minerals and sustaining its dominance in the gold industry. Escuris gas field. Located southeast of Rizia, near Tapas, and the Bay of Matuz, the Escuris gas field stands as one of Eastern Recopa's grandest offshore gas reserves. Managed by Rizian Oil and Gas since its discovery in 1921, despite its age, continues to provide stable gas output for the nation. Royal Rizian Rail and Sea Network. The Royal Rizian Rail and Sea Network seamlessly integrates land and maritime transport, ensuring smooth transit for goods and passengers. These crucial infrastructures strengthen domestic connectivity, bolster trade, and symbolizes Rizia's commitment to modernization and progress. Rizian wine industry. Celebrated for its lush vineyards and centuries-old winemaking traditions, Rizia's wine industry offers connoisseurs a taste of elegance and heritage. With exports reaching far and wide, Rizian wines not only elevate the nation's global reputation, but also influence the economy with robust revenue streams. Income tax. Rizia has implemented a 10% income tax rate for its citizens. This straightforward taxation system ensures that individuals contribute a fixed proportion of their earnings, running a transparent and equitable fiscal structure for the nation's fiscal stability. Rizian football industry, let's go! Rizian football industry stands as a testament to the nation's passion for the sport, attracting both local fans and global audiences. With top-tier clubs, stadiums, and a strong national team, the industry significantly contributes to Rizia's cultural influence and economic vitality. Nelvizar oil fields. The Nelvizar oil fields, discovered in 1895, is one of Rizia's historical oil assets. Although mostly depleted, it still contributes to Rizia's oil requirements. Like its counterpart, it is under the dedicated management of Rizian Oil and Gas. Nelvizar oil field, low extraction volume. Amid global energy demands, the Nelvizar fields are underproducing, ringing alarm bells in Rizia's energy sector. It's crucial to unearth the root cause and adapt swiftly to avert economic ripples. Investors are watching closely, waiting for a positive turnaround. Rigid energy economy. Locked in tradition, the energy landscape resists vertification. While stability reigns, whispers of the need to innovation echo in economic corridors. The nation now faces a crossroads to innovate or remain steadfast. Low production capacity. Rizia's manufacturing heartbeat slows, with production facilities not operating at full throttle. This deceleration, palpable in the market, raises concerns about meeting domestic and international demands. The ripple effects are being felt, from job security to export commitments. Local tourist destination. Tourism focuses primarily on local visitors with limited international presence. While providing some economic benefits, the nation's tourist potential remains largely untapped, missing opportunities for global cultural exchanges and economic growth. Global energy prices. Average. Global energy prices have stabilized at a moderate level. While Rizia still benefits from its energy exports, the revenue is consistent with historical averages, providing a predictable yet less invigorating boost to the national economy. The stability, however, ensures a level of economic predictability and planning for both the state and private enterprises. That's fine. Escuris gas field, average extraction volume. Escuris gas field hum with steady activity, ensuring Rizia's industries don't falter. The consistent output is a volatile energy landscape, showcasing the nation's resilience. International trade partners commend this consistent delivery. RRG state owns 30%, holding a 30% stake in Rizian Royal Gold. The state maintains a notable influence in the company. This level of control ensures the national economic priorities are considered in RRG's functioning, amidst a predominantly private ownership structure. Average local coal extraction. Coal mines across Rizia maintain a steady pace, meeting the nation's industrial demands. Amid global shifts to renewables, Rizia's reliance on coal remains uncored to its industrial heartland. Environmentalists raise concerns, urging a shift to sustainable alternatives. Average local gold extraction. Gold veins in Rizian territories yield expected outputs, reinforcing the nation's economic backbone. The shimmer of gold bars leaving Rizia's refineries underscores its position in the global gold markets. Financial markets keep an eye on Rizian gold trends, anticipating future prospects. Most provincial taxes paid. Britannia's Velquiz and Icartis Montclair, key regional economies, contribute notable to financial responsibility through tax payment. However, the Treasury reports irregularities in these contributions, including delays and disparities, which pose challenges to national fiscal planning and budgetary stability. Reduction in new businesses. A concerning lull pervades Riza's entrepreneurial landscape, as new businesses registrations see a slump. With provincial innovators hesitating, the economy risks stagnation, calling for urgent introspection. Analysts are diving deep to discern underlying causes and recommend strategies. Partially self-sufficient economy. Rizia's economy base weaves a tale of partial self-sufficiency. While the nation produces a considerable portion of its need, select commodities still demand import. Balancing this duality, Rizia's trade policies evolve, aiming for a more resilient economic future. MITS, high resource output. The Mafia International Trade Zone is buzzing, boasting a resource boom that's driving economic prosperity in Rizia. As member nations benefit, Rizia stands at the forefront. Navigating golden period, economists predict a robust trajectory for the foreseeable future. Conditional quality football teams. Rizia's football clubs are charging ahead, garnering continental acclaim as stadiums roar with pride. Rizian teams are consistently holding their own against the region's best, asserting their dominance in the field. The nation's youth, inspired, dream of donning Rizian colors. Efficient transportation systems. Rizia Asturias pulse with activity as its transportation networks deliver with unparalleled efficiency. As goods and people traverse seamlessly, the nation's modern infrastructure becomes the envy of neighbors. This efficiency is driving factor behind Rizia's booming commerce. Rizia welfare traditions. Under the guidance of Rizia the Great, Taurus, Rizia underwent transformative welfare reforms, particularly in education and women's rights. Kingdom's funded institutions flourish, playing a pivotal role in national development. These institutions not only provided compulsory education for all children, but also opened doors for women to pursue both education and careers, setting Rizia apart in South Maricopa's socio-political landscape. Landlord favoring tenants laws. These laws are skewed towards landlords, providing them with greater rights and protections in property matters. Tenants, in contrast, may face challenges asserting their rights or addressing grievances, with the legal landscape favoring property owners. Market-driven housing. The housing market operates on supply and demand dynamics without significant state intervention. Prices, availability, and housing policies are largely determined by market forces, developers, and private investors. Fully state-owned health and education institutions. All health and education institutions are owned and operated by the state, ensuring uniformity in service delivery and curriculum. This system eliminates private ownership in these sectors, aiming to provide equal services to all citizens. No drug addiction treatment. In this policy framework, there is no official provision or support for treating drug addictions, leaving individuals with addictions without state-sponsored help or rehabilitation services. This stance impacts public health initiatives and potential social interventions. Denial of access of Galcanist places of worship. In line with the blasphemy law, Galcanists find their religious freedoms severely curtailed. The state has clamped down on their places of worship, making practicing their faith a daunting challenge. Horrible workers' rights. The kingdom faces a critical situation regarding labor rights, with rampant exploitation, inadequate safety, and poor representation. This has led to widespread unrest and dissatisfaction among workers across various sectors. Overcrowding at Dasnur's places of worship. The surge in demand for Dasnur's sanctuaries in Rizia is palpable. With existing place of worship struggling with overcrowding, devotees clamor for the construction of a new expansive sanctuary to cater at the burgeoning congregation. Lack of affordable housing. The housing market has become increasingly strained, leaving many citizens without access to reasonably priced homes. Rapid urbanization and limited state intervention have exacerbated the housing deficit, forcing numerous families into precarious living conditions. Average living standards. While aristocracy enjoys opulence, the average Rizian leads a moderate life. The majority of citizens have access to basic amenities, education, and healthcare, yet luxuries remain out of reach for many, painting a picture of middling prosperity. Restriction of welfare services for Golkanists. The Golganist population faces stark discrimination, with the state curbing their access to welfare services. This targeted exclusion deepens social divisions and exacerbates the vulnerability of this already marginalized group. Average amount of illegal substance abuse. Despite the state's effort, illegal substance abuse remains at moderate levels in Rizia. While many citizens abstain, a noticeable portion of the population continues to grapple with addiction, drawing concerns from various societal sectors. Strong welfare state. The comprehensive welfare system provides a robust safety net for its citizens, ensuring health, education, and unemployment benefits are widely accessible. The state's dedication to public welfare is evident in its substantial budget allocation, fostering a sense of security among its populace. Alright, well at least we got that. Order. Golden Guard Brigade. An elite protection unit, the Golden Guard Brigade is exclusively assigned to safeguard the monarch of Rizia. Recognized by their distinctive gold attire, they answer only to the monarch, despite recruitment by the War and Security Council. I like that. Rizian Police Force. The centralized law enforcement agency, the Rizian Police Force, was established during Queen Lisa's reign, uniting the previously fragmented provincial units. Though provinces retain autonomy over their branches, all operations fall under the federal oversight of the War and Security Council, particularly the central forces in Rizia Imperia, which is here. Provincial police forces. Operating within the confines of their respective provinces, the police forces Bernes, Veliquires, and Cudas Monteclair adhere to the monarch's directives. While they retain autonomy for local activities, they cannot extend their operations beyond their designed provinces. Rizian Royal Intelligence Services. A specialized branch of the Rizian Police Forces, the Rizian Intelligence Services directs its efforts towards foreign intelligence operations. Serving the military, the monarch, and aiding in international relations, it plays a pivotal role in shaping Rizia's interactions with other nations. Rizian Border Guards. Tasked with critical border control responsibilities, the Rizian Border Guards manage immigration flows, combat drug trafficking, and address potential threats from foreign entities. Their mandate also encompasses ensuring proper immigration and emancipation, practices. Ineffective foreign intelligence. Financial constraints and operational shortcomings plague the Foreign Intelligence Department. As a result, the kingdom's security struggles to gather vital intel on international and regional players, leaving it somewhat blind to the shifting landscape of geopolitics. Weak border security. The nation's borders have become porous, giving way to a surge of drug trade, smuggling, and unauthorized migration. This vulnerability underscores the urgency for bolstering defense mechanisms and stricter border controls. Lack of order in the city of Iza. Recent events have overwhelmed Iza, plunging the city-state into chaos. The local law enforcement struggles to maintain control as various groups capitalize on the instability. Suamino's increased presence further stokes the tension, with their rallies and patrols becoming a frequent sight. Interesting. Limited King's Guards Force. The Golden Guard, tasked with ensuring the king's safety, grapples with limited numbers. Despite their elite training, the shortage in personnel brings concerns about potential vulnerabilities to the forefront of security and defense talks. Some autonomous provincial policing. Certain provinces flex their autonomy, maintaining independence policing forces, while this decentralization can help address local concerns. It sometimes complicates national-level coordination and standardization. Suamina. Activities increase. Suamina has bolstered its nationalist presence in Rizia, frequently pursuing the Suamina mantra to restore ancient borders. Their activities, once non-violent and focused on neighborhood patrols and rallies in Iza, now aggressively target Wezek, Durdian, and Morellan immigrants and asylum workers or seekers, indicating a shift in their approach. Mild non-violent resistance in Bernes. House Suzerain recent punitive measures and the underlying pressure on Bernes ignite sparks of resistance. Crowds gather to express their grievances, albeit in a non-violent manner, demanding attention from the central leadership. Keep it non-violent. Persistent drug trade. Rizia's drug conundrum remains unsolved, hindered by sporadic anti-drug operations, loose border controls, and other stability issues. This trade continues to flourish in some pockets, demanding concerted actions. House Taurus Regal Stability. The centuries-old leadership of House Taurus has solidified Riza's foundation of stability and prosperity. Under their enduring reign, the nation has thrived, and the royal family remains a cherished symbol of continuity, guiding Riza through modern challenges with ancestral wisdom. No revolutionary threat. Influences from Vagzlin, Morella, and United Cortana spark revolutionary sentiments, but their overall impact remains negligible. Vigilant Rizian defenses and internal stability have ensured these foreign influence groups gain little traction. That's good. We are an AN member. The Alliance of Nations stands as a beacon of global collaborations, tirelessly working to maintain peace, security, and cooperation among the nations. Through diplomatic channels and joint initiatives, member countries pool their resources and expertise to address emerging challenges and forge a more harmonious international community. We are also a Grace member, the Guild of Royal Allies for Commercial Exchange. Grace unites monarchies from continents like Mercopa, Rika, and Xena, bolstering trade, investments, and diplomacy. Founding member of Rumburg, alongside states like Rizia and Sordis, champion this cause. Yeah, let's go. The Zil Agreement of 1927. In the wake of the uprising in 1926, Rizia, seeking military support against the rebels, negotiated a deal with Welland to lease the gold-rich Zil region in the northwest. This 25-year lease, brokered during a period of significant internal turmoil, represents a crucial diplomatic exchange to ensure stability and security. Yeah. I'll be waiting to see how that goes. I better be getting back soon. 1 year, I think they said. Better see it. The Organization for Mercopan Economic Cooperation plays a pivotal role in stimulating economic progress and fostering continental trade by promoting collaboration, knowledge sharing, and harmonization of trade policies among member nations. The organization facilitates increased economic integrity, trade diversification, and mutually beneficial partnerships. Mitsport member. Established within the Republic of Morella, the Meftian International Trade Zone is a hub of gold mining and refining, with participation from corporations across Morella, Lesbia, Vagzlin, and Rizia. Central to the zone is the Meftian Basin, renowned for its high gold concentration. Yep, we can all put our differences aside, because gold's involved. Lost territorial integrity. The country faces a significant setback with the loss of its ancestral lands of Pales and the vital territory of Zil. The territorial loss has not only impacted national pride and history, but has also posed challenges in terms of strategic positioning and resource allocation. Weak power projection. Despite its regional significance and strategic assets, Rizia struggles with showcasing its power and influence beyond its borders. The limited ability to project strength internationally has implications for diplomatic negotiations, military posturing, and economic leverage. Small pro-Rizia movement. The movement pushing for Zil's reintegration into Rizia remains minimal and fragmented, with limited public support and scarce resources. Their effort to challenge Welland's governance has been largely ineffectual. Lack of momentum highlights the difficulties in rallying widespread support for the cause, despite underlying discontent with the Rizia agreement. Weak pro-Rizia armed resistance. The armed resistant movements advocating for Zil's return to Rizia has been a notable decline in strength and support, hindered by international divisions and a lack of resource. Their impact has diminished, leaving the movement struggling to maintain relevance. The weakening resistance reflects the complexities and challenges faced by those opposing Welland's control over Zil. You better be getting back peacefully or otherwise. The country finds itself in a precarious geopolitical situation as the borders of the two global superpowers inch closer. The Arcatian Treaty Alliance, led by the superpower Arcatia, and the Cortanan Security Pact, with United Cortana at its helm as the Melivist socialist superpower, are both expanding to their influence, bringing their rivalry to Rizia's doorstep. Regional cultural projection. Though the Ariana Taurus Association Suomino Rizia actively spreads its rich heritage and culture in the region, leaving a mark on neighboring nations and beyond. The value of Rizian culture spreads across former Rizinid nations, which are profoundly influenced by these cultural outreach programs. Average trade volume. The nation maintains a steady trade volume, ensuring consistent economic growth. Trade partnerships and policies are continually reviewed to optimize trade relations and secure the best possible economic outcomes for the nation. Mixed global image. The global image of the country presents a complex mix of positive and negative perceptions. While certain aspects of its foreign policy and international conduct have been lauded, other actions or decisions have drawn criticism or skepticism. This mixed reputation affects Rizia's diplomatic privilege and necessitates a nuanced approach to international relations. Fair enough. No one's gonna like you all the way, no one's gonna hate you all the way. Fine by me. Key MITS member. Rizia is a crucial board member nation of the NFTM International Trade Zone, founded in 1916 in Morella. The cooperative rich in gold resource from the NFTM Basin oversees mining facilities and the jointly owned Modian port. Rizia's stake, vital for the zone's success, expanded significantly after its alliance with Rumburg post the loss of Zeal. Global Monarchist Support Network. GRACE is fervently bolstering monarchist worldwide, casting a global spotlight on Rizia. Monarchist tradition flourishes as this network battles growing republic sentiment, uniting monarchies under a shared banner. Rizia is the heart of this movement, gains significant diplomatic clout. Good, I like that. Now we move on to our Royal Council. Hugo Taurus, Grand Vizier. Hugo Taurus is the younger brother of the late Rizian king Velero Taurus, and the uncle of current king Ramus Taurus. He serves on the Royal Council as Grand Vizier, and holds the titles of Duke of Velorquiz and Duke of Iza. He accompanied his mother, Queen Liza Torres, on royal visits from a young age. After studying at Benivon Academy in Velorquiz, he became a royal ambassador with the Aryan Tours Association, promoting Rizian language and values in Rika and Zia. He returned to Rizia upon the death of Queen Liza and the ascension of his brother to the throne, becoming the ruling Duke of Velorquiz in Velero's stead. As Duke, he steered clear of the limelight, avoiding the press and marrying his wife, Rita, in a small closed ceremony. He assumed the title of Duke of Iza when he and his family were sent to the city to restore order after the 1926 uprising. In 1948, he was summoned to Porte Drzon by King Valero to replace his just-fired Grand Vizier. Since assuming that position, he has been behind-the-scenes figure in the capital, appearing in public only on formal occasions. Fair enough. Lorenzo Escurabel is the Foreign Affairs Counselor to the King of Rizia. Born just outside of Iza, he is a member of the House Escobar, one of the three noble families that ruled the former city-state before its incorporation of the Bernese and the long-term reign of House Suzerain. He met King-to-be Velero Torres while both were attending Iza University and soon to become a member of the so-called Princely Posse, a royal entourage famous for their late-night antics. After graduation and Velero's subsequent marriage to Estela Torres, he spent several years in the military, then became a foreign envoy to the Republic of Morella, helping smooth over relations following its dissolution of the Empire of Meridia. Upon his coronation, King Velero immediately appointed Lorenzo to his royal council, where he remained for the subsequent 40 years. He is married with 3 children and 6 grandchildren. We have Sal Sal Ignatius. Grand Wiseman Sal Ignatius is the wise seer, or Waricist high priest, of Port Drzon. He is the highest-ranking and most respected religious leader in Rizia, and the religious counselor to the king. He is the nephew of the previous seer, Mauro Ignatius. He was ordained around the turn of the century and spent some years as a missionary in Xena before replacing his aging uncle on the royal council. As Grand Wiseman, he conducts royal ceremonies and determines the country's religious direction. One of his most significant actions was the ban he placed on Duranian Golconist pilgrims following the partial collapse of the Plavo Ark Sanctuary in Montclair. Interesting. Elena Werner. Elena Werner is the Treasury and Economics Counselor to the King of Rizia. Born into a middle-class Rizian Valgish family in the city of Valkyries, she was one of the first beneficiaries of Lizia's Ladies, an initiative on Queen Liza Torres to uplift the status of women by placing gifted female students into accelerated study programs. She worked as a secretary for the Rizian Royal Gold Corporation, then as Economic Development Officer for the city of Porta Drzon, before assuming the Treasury position just before Queen Liza's death in 1918. She is credited with keeping Riza's economy stable in the wake of the 1926 uprising and the Welland Civil War, as well as negotiating Rizian trade relations with Rumburg and other nations. Alright, I'll make sure to keep you in mind then. Lusuta Azaro, War and Security Counselor. Let's go. Lusuto Azaro is Riza's Royal Counselor of War and Internal Security, as well as the Duchess of Montclair, and the highest-ranking member of the House Azaro. She is the daughter of General Tadas Azaro, and the niece of the late Duke, Damas Azaro. She was said that her uncle's untimely death in 1926 uprising motivated her to join the military as soon as she could. She enrolled in the Camp Domus Military Academy in 1933, quickly working her way up to the rank of Sergeant First Class. Following the abdication of Farn's son, she took over as ruler of Montclair, where she used her experience to severely crack down on crime and terrorism in the region's cities. When her father suffered a stroke in 1948, she installed a proxy in Montclair in order to serve as interim war counselor. Nice. Now we go over to our House of Delegates. We have mostly RNC, with RPP being the opposition. Hopefully we'll be able to weaken this sort of stuff. Anyways, Dardia D. Rava, Speaker of the House. Dardia D. Rava is the leader of Rizia National Coalition, the majority party within the House of Delegates, as well as the Baroness of Kalor. She is a member of House D. Rava, a wealthy family based in Rizia Imperi, whose construction company played a pivotal role in rebuilding the capital after the War of Rizian Succession. For their efforts, they were rewarded with noble status, as well as a permanent position on the Rizia Imperia Provincial Council. On filling that position in 1933, Baroness D. Rava gained notice for pushing the boundaries of what was usually a ceremonial role, diverting wealth from Rizia's second oldest city to ambitious projects that supported Jazan's new town business district. She gained further influence as a member of the Rizian National Coalition, swiftly climbing the ranks until the party named their House Speaker in 1943. As the majority leader in the House of Delegates, she has largely promoted policies that protect the interests of the monarchy and nobility. Okay, I like you. This is exemption of noble landowners from income tax, the granting of judicial privileges to nobles, and censorship of anti-monarchist content, Rizian film and television works. Less on the noble help, more on the king help, personally for me, would be I'd support you a bit more if that were the case, but, Dardia de Reva is, okay, so you're just the person in both of these, somehow, at the moment. Okay, well, I'm not reading yours twice, so... So, Manaz Sazan. Manaz Sazan is the leader of the Rizian People's Party, as well as the heir to the House Sazan. He was born on the island of Kelkabaz shortly after the exile's mother, former Duchess Isa, Angelica Sazan, and the execution of his father, Duke Lucas Sazan. He received a commoner's education before being sent to a boarding school in Kairat, where he later attended university. Upon his graduation from Constantium University's political science program, he returned to Bernese and joined the Rizian People's Party, the opposition faction within the House of Delegates. In less than a year, he was elected party leader. Some RPP members criticized his meteoric rise, claiming he exploited his name to obtain the position he was insufficiently qualified for. Others credited his success to the strength of his political convictions and the previous power vacuum within the RPP ranks. Since becoming opposition leader, he has spearheaded a number of proposals, only a handful of which have gained the proposal of the House of Delegates. Among these are environmental conservation measures in the Brenese National Forest, improvements in national healthcare policy, and the establishment of dedicated funds to support Rizian contemporary artists. Yeah, those all sound like good policies. Now, we've already looked at Manu's. House Azaro. House Azaro is the ruling family of the city of Montclair in the province of Condessa Montclair. It is the second most powerful of Rizia's 3 noble houses. Its sigil is a pair of crossed swords. House Azaro is the ruling family of the central the province of Condessa Montclair. It is the second most powerful of Rizia's 3 noble houses. Its sigil is a pair of crossed swords. Its members are descended from Duke Brides Azaro himself, a descendant of Rizia's original ruling family, the Resnas. He was granted control over the province of Montclair following the founding of the Kingdom Rizia. The family's rule later extended to the neighboring Cardez region. The Azaro family established close ties with the neighboring Empire of Merida. as well as the ruling Rubas family, though several daughters were married Rubas princes, and the family never managed to take the throne. It came the closest during the War of Rizian Succession, when Duke Damas Azaro and his wife Anna vied for control of their kingdom with Fries's two other royal houses. In the war's early end, the couple founded a military training camp in the mountains next to their fortress. This is now Camp Damas, Riza's largest army base. Since the end of the war, a member of House Azaro served as the country's war and security counselor. In addition to the contributions to the Rizian military, the Azaros have made heavy investments in technology and manufacturing. Oh. Keep loyal. Lucitia Azaro. Lucitia Azaro is Riza's royal counselor of war and industrial security. Okay. So I have read you as well. You're there. Yeah, you're also the head of House Azaro, and then you're also, there. Then I don't think... Oh, and then Hugo Torres is there. So we've already read all three of you. And then... So one's over here, and two are over here. House of Suzerain is one of the three noble houses of Rizia. Its members are descendants from the ruling family of the province of Bernaz, and its signal is a cactus. Originally one of the several noble families that alternated control over the city of Iza, the Suzerains increased their sphere of influence during the War of Rizian Succession, when Duke Fedo used his blood ties to the royal family to lay claim to the throne. In the following centuries, the Suzerain family retained control of the province of Bernaz, though no member made it into the central government. In the years leading up to the 1926 uprising, House Suzerain was rumored to have been colluding with Arcadia and undermining the monarchy. This culminated in the betrayal and execution of Duke Lucas Suzerain, as well as the subsequent exile of his wife, Angelica, and the loss of Zil regions in Welland, weakening the family significantly. However, the Suzerain were allowed to keep their hold on Bernaz minor cities, including Celebes, Jails, and Argno, after swearing an oath of fealty to the crown. Historically, the Suzerains are known to be patrons of arts and education, diverting significant funding to the University of Iza, as well as cultural venues throughout Bernaz and Rizia Imperi. And then we have House Taurus, the best house. House Taurus is the current ruling family of Rizia, and the most powerful of the country's three noble houses, of course. It controls the throne as well as the province of Marquez and the city of Iza. Its members are descended from Hercus Taurus, a Valgish prince who remarried the Marquise of Marquez in the early 1100s and established himself as a ruler of the city-state. With the help of intermarriage with the Valgish Empire, its dynasty maintained a stronghold over Marquise throughout the Marquian era, and upon the foundation of the King of Rizia, assumed control of surrounding Velocrids. The family managed to take the throne in 1810, following Duke Willem Torres' arranged marriage to Irina Rubez, daughter of the ruling Rubez family, and the subsequent War of Rizian Succession. Since then, rulers from House Torres have also held the title of Duke or Duchess of Velocrids. The family has kept control of Porte Drezan for 4 generations, assumed governorship of Iza following the uprising in 1926. They are supported by the majority of Rizians, despite the dip in popularity during the reign of Velorod the Frail. Much of House Torres' wealth still comes from its control of shipping through the port of Munquiz, as well as abundant agricultural land and vineyards, and its part ownership of Rizian Oil and Gas Company. Where is Iza? Iza's this one. Okay. I was just curious where Iza was. Here's the... Alright. Nice. Now to the Codex, which we also have a lot to go through. Actually, looks like less than the other one, probably. And now we move on to characters, starting with business. Rosello Montoro. Rosello Rusty Montoro, known to all as Rusty, is the CEO of Rizian Royal Gold Corporation and the wealthiest commoner in the country. Few concrete facts are known about his provenance and upbringing. He claims to have been born into an impoverished family in Malkos, an industrial area in the southern Rizia Imperi. However, interviews have surfaced in which he admits to having had a middle-class childhood in Portidrezan suburbs. Halfway through his studies at Toros Imperial University, he accepted an internship at Argno branch of Rizian Royal Gold in southwestern Bernaz. Within a year, he became a junior mine supervisor. Dropping out of college to further his career, his rapid ascent within the ranks of RRG was marked by a combination of business acumen and relentless ambition, as well as fortuitous connections and decisions that some have labeled as ethically questionable. He took over the company in 1935 after engineering a vote of no confidence in the prior CEO. His first act as chief executive was to secure a board majority to file a retroactive lawsuit against the Rizzian government for loss of revenue and zeal, which had been handed over to Wellen 8 years previously. He is known to have many connections with high-ranking politicians and business peoples, both within Rizia and beyond. Aside from gold, he has made substantial investments in finance, technology, and energy. He is also the chair of the Heart of Gold Foundation, a philanthropical organization that provides scholarships and mentorship to children from low-income backgrounds. He has had a series of high-profile marriages and divorces, most recently with daytime television star Marcia Marquezan. We've already read all the council. We read the council over there. Elena, Hugo, Lorinto, Lasuta, and Alina. Yep, we've read that. Estella Torres. Go into family. Queen Mother Estella Torres, nee Bartos, is the mother of King Ramos Torres and the widow of the late King Velero Torres. Born into a fishing family in the harbor district of Zeal, she moved to Portagerzon in her late teens. She found work waitressing at the Sunset Lounge, a cocktail bar frequented by the city's wealthy elite. It was there that she met Velero Torres. Their courtship and subsequent marriage was the subject of much scandal among Rizian royals and the general public, with rampant speculation that Velero would be disinherited as heir to the throne. Surprisingly, Queen Liza was able to persuade the royal council to approve of the marriage and bestowed noble status on Estella and her parents in order to legitimize the union. As queen consort, her gregarious charm and daring fashion sense gradually won over the public, especially abroad. However, she could not fully escape accusation of vulgarity by the press, and she was said to be disliked by most members of House Torres. We have Rico Torres, the son of Hugo Torres, nephew of the late King Velero Torres, and cousin of King Ramos Torres. He currently holds the title of reigning Duke of Iza. He grew up in Iza, where he attended the city's most prestigious educational institutions before taking a seat on the local council in 1943. He was almost expelled a number of times over his ultra-nationalist stance and often outrageous public comments, including a famously controversial speech in which he promised to cleanse the stain from the royal bloodline. He stayed on, thanks to the influence of his father, who extended the Duke title to him upon leaving for the capital in 1948. He is known to tolerate and even encourage the activities of national organization Suamino, though his exact ties to the group are unknown. We have Vina Torres. Princess Vina Torres is the daughter of King Ramos Torres and the late queen consort Lena Torres, nee Livingston. She was named after Vina Livingston, the great aunt of King Alfred of Rumberg. At age 10, she narrowly survived the boat accident that killed her mother. Under pressure from Queen Mother Estella Torres, she was subsequently shielded from the public eye until coming of age shortly before her father's coronation. Little is therefore known about her private life, other than her keen intellect and love of horseback riding. Good. I'm glad you like horseback riding. And apparently we get Vina Torres twice for some reason. That makes sense. That's what I like to see. We got foreign leaders. Alma Sultana is the current Prime Minister of the Republic of Morella and the leader of the left-wing coalition of the Morellan Unified Front. Born into Quinali Morellan family of modest means in the capital city of Corvetti, she developed a passion for politics and activism at an early age. During university, she completed a year abroad at the People's University of United Cortana. The various teachings she was exposed to there informed her later work as a labor lawyer and community organizer. She eventually joined the Maryland Social Democrat Party, where she quickly rose to the rank of vice chairwoman. Seeing the opportunity presented by the economic crisis in the 1940s, she successfully united the country's left-leaning parties to form the Maryland United Front Coalition, which replaced Morella's right-wing authoritarian government in 1950. As a PM, she has enacted significant social reforms, emphasizing the importance of the redistribution of wealth and the role of the state in providing for the welfare of all citizens. Our political rivals have criticized the speed with which these changes were implemented, and their potential for alienating Morella's international allies. Yes. Axel Reinhardt. Grand Duke Axel Reinhardt is the ruler of Grand Duchy of Pales. He is the youngest scion of the Reinhardt family, who have ruled the Grand Duchy since the conclusion of the War of Riesian Succession in 1810. As the younger brother of Duke Njolma, was groomed from a young age to succeed the throne, receiving an education in Palestinian, Riesian, and Valgish from cadre of elite tutors and prestigious institutions. Growing up, he was often featured in international tabloids for his good looks and variety of interests. He has displayed a penchant for equestrian sports, which means horse, like horseback riding, stuff like that, which is why equestrian war is equestria. It's equestrian as in horse, if you know. That obviously this is talking about equestria war, My Little Pony, equestrian sports, classical music, and archaeological exploration. And his pursuits have often been marked by a blend of thrill and scholarly curiosity. His charisma made him a popular figure among the Palesian and Riesian speakers of Pales alike. And following his brother Njolma abdication in 1948, he was a natural choice for successor. Now we have Beatrice Livingston, is the Queen of the Kingdom of Rumburg, and self-proclaimed ruler of all of Northern Macopa. She has been the Queen of Rumburg since 1921, when she ascended to the throne at the age of 16 upon the death of her father, Alfred II. After her coronation, she has reigned as a semi-constitutional monarch, though major political changes, such as the centralization of power in the kingdom, secularization reforms, as well as dissolution and integration of the northern territories into the kingdom. Her most notable action was the invasion of northern Agnolia and the annexation of Dome, which was executed by the Rumburgian army in a single night. She was condemned internationally and was expected to pay reparations to Agnolia, which she refused to do, or rejected to do. Rumburg did not face any major repercussion for the annexation, and the calls for reparations fell flat. It is regarded as one of the largest military and political victories of Rumburg to this day. Beatrice gained infamy for selling weapons to both the attackers and defenders during the Welland Civil War. She also received numerous international criticism for pursuing expansionist policies, was blamed by Arcadia and United Cortana for playing both sides. Beatrice has occasionally faced Republican sentiments and criticism of the royal family, in particular after reforms which centralized the power in the kingdom, decreasing the authority of the Parliament of Rumburg. Djerk Dan Oetkent, a member of the Social Democratic Party, serves as Prime Minister of Agnolia since 1948. His administration is noted for its emphasis on infrastructure development and a diplomatic approach aimed at maintaining regional stability, and especially in relations to Vagsland. Significant projects undertaken during his tenure included the construction of railways, tunnel highways, and the expansion of shipyards and manufacturing sectors, all aimed at bolstering Agnolia's economic infrastructure. Despite the development efforts, his administration faces criticism for his handling of internal and regional issues. The ongoing conflict on Hedgie Islands between the local Vaglish and Agnolian population were a particular point of contention. Additionally, his diplomatic posture towards Rumburg and the strategic city of Dome was perceived as passive, contributing to a general perception of weak leadership. This criticism was compounded by the economic challenges that emerged from unfavorable trade agreements with other countries like Swordman, Lesbia, Rizia, and Vaglids, leading to a significant trade deficit. Dwight Walker, an accomplished Acacian politician and businessman with Rumburgian heritage, is the current president of the Republic of Acacia. He is widely celebrated for devising the Walker Plan, which revitalized the economics of Mercopan nations, and for founding the Arcadian Treaty Organization, ATO. Born into an affluent Rummish family in Ventry City, Arcadia, Walker pursued a degree in international affairs before enlisting in the Acacian naval forces to defend the democracies of East Mercopa during the tumultuous century of revolutions. Following the conflict, Walker was elected to the Acacian House of Representatives as a member of the Democracy Party. Walker is often hailed as one of the most popular presidents in Acacian history, particularly for his transformative economic policies, which led a substantial portion of the population out of poverty. Under his leadership, Arcadia flourished, giving rise to the concept of the Arcacian dream, and attracting numerous immigrants seeking a better life. Walker's staunch opposition to communism and Malianism has further solidified his reputation as a symbol of liberty in the Western world. In the political realm, Arcadia is characterized by its ultra-capitalist and libertarian policies, which have led to a minimal government intervention in business and the economy. These policies have contributed to the rise of influential corporate figures like Walker himself and have shaped the nation's trajectory. As a driving force behind the development of Mercopan democracies, Walker played a crucial role in fortifying the continent against the burgeoning superpower, United Cortana. His leadership in establishing the ATO as a bulwark against Malianism has been pivotal, as he has a strategic approach to containing United Cortana through key partnerships and the development of anti-missile systems in countries neighboring Malianist nations. Imrich Hegel. Imrich Hegel is a Valglandian politician and communist revolutionary, who currently serves as the Chancellor of the Democratic Republic of Vagzan. He is also the chairman of the People's Party of Vagzan. Hegel played a leading role in the 1920 revolution and establishment of the Democratic Republic of Vagzan. He was also responsible for many relatively liberal reforms in the area's domestic policy. Hegel was a political commissaire during the Vagslandian Revolution. He fought alongside the famous revolutionary Wilhelm Ulbricht, who led the revolutions inspired by the Malianist revolutionary United Cortana. Hegel extensively helped Ulbricht with the establishment of the People's Party. With Councillor Ulbricht's help, he worked his way up the Valglandian hierarchy. He supported Ulbricht's purges and the arrest of thousands of anti-communists in the 1930s. He worked extensively for the decolonization of the Rika and Xena continents, in convincing the government to give military and financial support to various independent and revolutionary movements. After Ulbricht's death in 1940, he was elected by the People's Party as the Chancellor of Vagzan. He started a period of de-Ulbrichtization, where he denounced his purges, which he supported earlier, and enacted many reforms which started a less repressive era in Vagzan. He reorganized the People's Party and distances from Malianist lines. He promoted what he called Vagslandian socialism. Despite his reforms that shifted Vagzan away from Malianism, he brought the country closer to United Cortana, both economically and diplomatically. He also greatly improved the relations with the old colonies of the Valgus Empire. Owald Alfonso. Owald Alfonso is a statesman, businessman, and politician who serves as the third president of Sordland since 1949. He is the leader of the United Sordland Party from 1846 until now. He is particularly famed for winning against Turk Sol in the 46th Congress, bringing an end to Sol's domination of the USP. After studying civil engineering at Kingshill University, he briefly worked in the State Department for oil and gas planning in 1924. He later undertook postgraduate studies on energy planning and management in Acacia between 1927 and 1929. He returned to Sordland after the end of the Swedish Civil War and started working for the Gassam Corporation. He bought a large portion of the shares of the company after Cortanan partners pulled out, and was later elected as CEO. During the construction of the Sol Dam, he worked as a project advisor. In 1935, was appointed head of Department of Energy under the Ministry of Economy. He joined the USP in 1940 and was elected to the Executive Committee of the USP in 1941. He stepped away from his active role as CEO in 1945 and became the chairman of the board after appointing a new CEO to direct the operations of Gassam. Alfonso gained a huge following in a very short time after his campaigns for free market reforms, and in 1946 ran as candidate for party leadership against Turk Sol. He won the 46th Congress and became the chairman of the USP. President Sol appointed him as vice president, and he became the de facto government leader as the president stepped back from politics. He later ran as a presidential candidate in the general elections of 1949 and was elected president. He was supported by influential figures like Chris Schnarr, Konrad Karnty, and Walter Tusk, which are believed to have played a great role in his election as president. Georgna Azmal is the supreme wise man of Derdian Gulkanism, and therefore the leader of Nurse Republic of Derdia. Asmal grew up within the Gulkanist community of Outer Neol, where he achieved the rank of adept at just 16 years old. He studied Warist philosophy at Neol University before becoming a disciple of Resma Atafor, Derdia's first supreme wise man. In the early 1940s, he published a book based on Atafor's teachings that was widely distributed to schools and households across the country. When Atafor died in 1945, Asmal was unanimously voted in as his successor. Asmal has mostly continued the strict religion-based policies of his predecessor. The only notable departure has been his focus on weapons programs as a necessary step towards achieving Golkada. He lives in a heavily guarded compound built into a mountains above Nial, which he runs as a self-sustaining volcanist community, disconnected from the city's water and energy grid. Wow. Leon Milyanev, whatever. Leon is a Kartanan revolutionary, politician, and political theorist who has been serving as the head of government of United Cortana since 1910. He's the architect of Milyanism, a unique variant of Marxian socioeconomics. Leon played a significant role in transforming Cortana, and subsequently United Cortana, into a communist state governed by United Cortanan Communist Party. Born into a poor family on the Cortana Empire, now part of United Cortana, Leon was drawn to revolutionary socialist politics following his brother's execution. He relocated to Quo in 1901, where he became a senior theorist in the Marxian socioeconomics. Inspired by Carlos Marcia's political theory, Leon developed Milyanism upon joining the Marxist Cartanan Labor Party. Leon was instrumental in the party's ideological split, leading the Trotsky faction against other factions, promoting Milyanism within the party. He had advocated for the transformation of the Century of Revolutions into a Cortana-wide proletariat revolution, which he believed would result in the overthrow of capitalism and its replacement with socialism. Leon led the Trotskys during the 1907 revolution, ultimately declaring a communist republic and deposing the king. Under Leon's leadership, United Cortana underwent rapid industrialization and collectivization through the implementation of command economy and the pursuit of socialist reforms. This strategy led to the development of modernization of the entire continent. Leon's ideology has been adapted and interpreted into different schools of thought worldwide, with the number of Marco-Malianists steadily increasing, cementing his position as one of the most influential leaders of the century. Leon is particularly renowned for his massive education and science plan, which has elevated United Cortana to a position of technological supremacy in the region, rivaling Arcadia. Through his commitment to education reforms and investments in scientific research, United Cortana has emerged as a powerhouse in technological innovations, driving economic growth and solidifying its status as a global superpower. Patricio Alvarez is lesbian political and business magnate who currently serves as Prime Minister of Lesbia. In 1950, Erez Magazine ranked him as the 100th richest man in the world. Alvarez's business career began in construction with his company Alvarez Industries in the late 1930s. He built the famous Alvarez Towers, where he based his business, and Felico 5, a development of 5,000 residential apartments in the city of Felico. He was investigated by the Lesbian Anti-Corruption Force for profiteering in 1940, but the investigations were dropped the same year when he entered the Democrazia Lesbia as a member of the Lesbian Parliament. He has reportedly admitted that he entered politics to avoid imprisonment. Alvarez was elected as leader of the Democrazia Lesbia and launched a massive campaign of electoral advertisements on all lesbian channels. Through his network of connections, he entered the 1949 elections and was elected as the Prime Minister of Lesbia. Viktor Smolik is a Wessex politician who currently serves as the President of Welland. In addition, he is Commander-in-Chief of the Wessex Armed Forces. He is known for a commitment to the Wessex nationalism with socialist characteristic. He is the third president to rule Welland after the departure of the Arcatian troops in the aftermath of the Welland Civil War. He was the leader of the Nationalist Nurse Alliance of Welland until 1930, which heavily promoted Wessex nationalism and Nurse tradition. After the failures of the previous post-war presidencies and lifting the country out of economic recession, he formed his own political party, Wessex Nationalist Party of Nurse Socialism in 1932, which combined religious nurse politics with Wessex nationalism and socialism. After a decade of internal leadership struggles, Smolik was elected president in 1943. During his first years as president, Smolik oppressed and persecuted most of his opposition, censored the Wessex press, and seized the assets of multimillionaires. As a staunch anti-Arcatian, he blamed the Royalists, Liberals, and Democrats for the Civil War as a subsequent Arcatian invasion. Despite being an anti-Milyanism before the Civil War, he brought Welland closer to United Cortana, which helped him bring the country out of the recession, with the financial aid coming from the CSP. Smolik's aggressive promotion of Welland nationalism and nurse politics have also resulted in oppression of ethnic and religious minorities in Welland. His rule was marked by thousands of British people being arrested and killed, as well as military actions against the British Freedom Front, which set up bases in northeastern Welland. Alright. Now let's go to other. Pabal Adria is head butler to the king of Rizia. The son of Palace Resna, groundskeeper Felin Adria, he grew up in and around the palace, assisting his father with his landscaping work. At age 18, he joined the household staff as a kitchen assistant, supplementing his work with nighttime classes in Europa University. Over the ensuing years, he worked his way up to the position of head butler, first to King Velero, then to his son King Ramus. His particular specialties include household management, garden maintenance, and knowledge of Rizian wine. Glad to have ya. Titus Gordian is the captain of the Golden Guard and primary security officer of the King of Rizia. Good. Glad to have you. Born in Porte-Drazan, he gained moderate fame in the late 1930s as the championship boxer Titus Ironjaw, known for his stamina in the ring and ability to take a punch. In the early 40s, he was hand-selected by Camp Damas military recruiters to join the newly reinstated Golden Guard, becoming one of the dozen bodyguards to King Velero. Within a few years, he rose to the position of captain. And I believe, yeah, we've already looked at the party leaders. Alright, and now we're going to move on to history. I'm especially excited for timeline. See if there's anything specific to us in there. Oop. Oh, and important events. Oh, actually, a lot of these seem to be... Yeah, some of these are, like, more, I think more, Swordland focused, but, you know, whatever. And now we move on to ideologies. Arcasian capitalism is an economic and political ideology born in the early 20th century Arcasia, which remains fundamental to its economic landscape, predominantly characterized by market-oriented reforms. The system underscores the importance of privatization, the lifting of price controls, and the expansive deregulation of capital markets, drawing parallels with pure capitalism. Arcasian capitalism champions an economic structure driven by profit motives, with only limited strategic interventions by the state. At its core lies a profound belief in individualism, emphasizing the individual paramount role and freedom within society, upholding individual rights and liberties above collective demands. It situates personal responsibilities and self-determination. This ideology repels a largely self-regulated market where supply and demand guide resource allocation. The government's role is usually purtorial, stepping in occasionally when broader societal challenges necessitate intervention. Advocates of Arcasian capitalism promote slashing of business-related regulatory barriers, cultivating a vibrant and competitive economic environment. They posit that the deregulation enhances efficiency, diminishes corruption, and broadens consumer choices. A pivotal component of this model is the privatization of state-owned entities, transitioning them into private hands to harness the potency of market forces and invigorate competition. In this system, many critical services like police, fire brigades, and health services are ventured into private domains. The rise of private security forces, firefighting entities, and healthcare facilities are testament to this, as they vie to offer superior services at competitive prices, while the free market plays a decisive role in these areas, ensuring quality and accessibility. State-backed alternatives remain to strike a balance and safeguard broader public interest. Lesbian protectionism refers to an economic theory and policy framework implemented by the nation of Lesbia, rooted in principles of economic nationalism and import substitution. This approach seeks to safeguard domestic industries and promote self-reliance through the use of various measures such as import tariffs, trade barriers, and government subsidies. The core objective of lesbian protectionism is to reduce the dependence on imported goods and bolster the growth of strategic sectors within the domestic economy. Proponents argue that this approach can lead to job creation, industrial improvement, and increased national security by mitigating vulnerabilities to global market fluctuation and fostering diverse and resilient economic base. Critics, however, raise concerns about potential downsides, including reduced international trade, limited consumer choice, and the possibility of retaliatory trade actions from other countries. These viewpoints reflect ongoing debates within the field of economics, where policymakers strive to strike a balance between protecting domestic industries and promoting overall economic efficiency and welfare. The implementation of lesbian protectionism exemplifies the wider discourse surrounding economic policies, wherein the quest for an optimal balance between safeguarding domestic interests and encouraging global economic integration continues to shape national strategies and approaches. We have Malianism. Malianism is a communist theory as advocated by Khotan revolutionary Leon, more commonly known through his nickname Malianev. Leon developed it as a variant of Carlos Marcia's theory of Marcian socio-economics. He supported founding a vanguard party of the proletariat, proletarian internationalism, and a dictatorship of the proletariat based on working-class self-emancipation and mass democracy. Malianists are critical of the theory of socialism in one country in favor of Malianev's theory of permanent revolution. Malianev argues for a need to give support for social revolutionaries in the advanced capitalist countries throughout working-class mass action and support for internationalism. Malianist industrialization, officially designed to accelerate the development towards communism, stressing the need for such rapid industrialization on the grounds that United Kratana was previously economically behind in comparison to Western countries, and asserting a socialist society needed industry in order to face the challenges posed by internal and external enemies of communism. It is currently one of the most popular theories of Marxian socio-economics, being followed by a number of nations around the globe. It is also responsible for causing socialist revolutions in further countries like Vagslan during the Century of Revolutions. We have Soulism, is the founding ideology of the Second Republic of Swordland, which started with Turk Sol's new constitution. Soulism, as it was promoted by Turk Sol after his re-establishment of democracy after the Civil War, was defined by sweeping political, social, cultural, and religious reforms designed to separate the new Swordist state from the former republic in 1923, including state support, the science, and free education, many of which were first introduced to Swordland during Sol's presidency in his reforms. There are three fundamental pillars of Soulism: republicanism, nationalism, and statism. These principles came to be recognized as unchangeable and sacrosanct. After the 1950s, the connotation of the term started to change, as souls were started to be seen as puppets of Turk Sol, with no real ideology but a greed for power. It is also regarded as a fascist ideology of many of the left wing and the British minority, which was oppressed during the 1930s when Turk Sol ordered their persecution. Sometimes the term Old Guard and Soulist are used interchangeably. Soulism is regarded as a state ideology of Swordland, has been preserved by the Soulist politicians and judges who were appointed by Turk Sol and allegedly act as members of a deep state called the Old Guards. Vagslandian socialism is a unique societal theory developed by Vagslandian revolutionary Imre Hegel, drawing inspiration from Leon. This political and economic model diverges from traditional socialism by advocating for decentralized structures based on labor's union federalizations and people's assemblies, rather than relying on a vanguard party of the proletariat to lead the revolution. One of the key principles of Vagslandian socialism is its opposition to the centralization of power and authority in the hands of a single party, as it promotes the establishment of labor union federations, which are seen as vital instruments of representing the interests of the working class and providing a platform for workers to participate in decision-making processes. This approach aims to empower workers and to ensure that the social revolution is driven by the collective will of the people, rather than imposed above them by a centralized authority. Another crucial aspect of Vagslandian socialism is its commitment to replacing the state with a federal economic organization of society. This vision seeks to create a more egalitarian and participatory system, where decisions are made collectively through the democratic process, including people's assemblies and labor unions. In this model, regional and local governments would even enjoy greater autonomy, with decision-making power devolved to the grassroots level. Hegel's theory emphasized the importance of transitioning from a statist form of socialism to a decentralized structure in order to achieve the goals of the socialist revolution. In his view, retaining centralized control over the economy within the state apparatus would ultimately stifle innovation, hinder economic growth, and perpetuate inequality. By contrast, a decentralized system based on federal democracy would promote cooperation, shared decision-making, and a more equitable distribution of resources. I'm pretty sure, like, all of this is just the same stuff as the other one. But you know, we're gonna read it. I might as well have everything in one spot. 15-Day War. The 15-Day War, also known as the 1870's Rumburgian Swordish War was fought between the 5th and 20th of October 1870 by Sword and Rumburg. The months prior to the conflict, tensions became increasingly heightened after King Egmont cancelled the friendship deal between Sword and Rumburg, which allowed Rumburgian ships to use the Sorn River, which flows from Alfredun, Crimsarad, Estord, and Lechevin to reach the Mercian Sea. King Alfred II of Rumburg reiterated his position. The closure of the Sorn River to Rumburgian shipping would be a cause for war. King Ungmund announced in May that the river would be closed to all Rumburgian vessels, and then mobilized Swordist forces along the northern border with Rumburg. On October 5th, Rumburg launched a series of preemptive attacks against the Swordish forces along the Rumburgian border. Simultaneously, Swordish forces launched a ground offensive into the city of Crimsarad, but were immediately pushed back. On the 10th of October, a group of ethnic Rums living in the city of Estord organized guerrilla attacks and sabotage missions that were aimed to cut the supply line of Swordish forces. This resulted in the Swordish imperial forces to react by forcibly relocating all ethnic Rums living in the Nargis region to the border, where battles were taking place. In the event known as Estord Incident, many Rumburgian lives were lost when they were pushed into the front lines by Swordish soldiers. Some sources claim that spontaneous killings by the soldiers also took place for several days. After both Rumburgian and Swordish forces suffered casualties without any military successes, Rumburg and Sword agreed to a ceasefire on the 20th of October, 1817. The signing took place on a train in the outskirts of Estord, in a forest now called the Forest of October. The annexation of Dome was an event that occurred in the early 1920s. Border tensions between Agnoia and Rumburg reached a boiling point when the death of King Alfred Livingston, whose Rumburgian dreams outlined a large expansion plan towards the south of Maricopa. After the coronation of the new Queen Beatrice, she immediately devised an overwhelming night invasion towards the city of Dome, which took the Agnoian defenses by surprise. Thousands of lives were lost on both sides. The next day, Rumburg emerged victor, announced full control of the strategic resource-rich city. This emboldened Rumburg foreign policy, put Agnoia under existential threat. The oil fields surrounding Dome helped the resource-hungry industrial economy of Rumburg and damaged Agnoia greatly. Century of Revolutions. The Century of Revolutions is a period from the early 19th to the early 20th century, in which a number of significant revolutionary movements occurred in most of Maricopa and Cortana. The period is noted for the change from absolute monarchies to representative governments, with a written constitution and the creation of nation-states as well as social states. Influenced by the new ideas of the 19th century, the Arcadian Revolution in the year 1833 is usually considered the starting point of the Century of Revolutions, when King Jonathan of the Kingdom of Arcus was overthrown by the Arcadian people, establishing the world's first modern democratic republic. During the Century of Revolutions, the ideals of democracy, communism, and nationalism spread to almost all corners of the world, from Maricopa to Cortana. In some places, it toppled brutal monarchies, in others it brought down enlightened meritocracies. The last remaining empire splintered into smaller nation-states. One of the fundamental shifts occurred in the splintered continent of Cortana, which suffered from dozens of regional wars before it transformed into an expansive collection of united socialist states. The revolutionary transformation was led by Leon, whose political ideology influenced the whole world under the name Malianism. His ideology created a continent-spanning socialist state, which became known as United Cortana, a superpower like the world has never seen. The Malianist revolution in United Cortana reached far beyond the sea, when the revolutionary efforts, backed by Melianev, caused one of the most powerful and global colonial empires, Valgos, to fall, and it transformed the country into a major socialist power called the Democratic Republic of Vagland. The ripple effect from the fall of Valgos resulted in the massive decolonization of continents of Xena and Rika, and the rise of socialist ideas in what was to be known as the Third World. Threatened by the rise of socialist ideas, the first democracy of the world, Arcadia, supported democratic revolutions all around the world and heavily promoted capitalism in the continent of Maricopa. This led to the transformation of nations like Welland, Lesbia, and Agnoia from monarchies into democratic republics through peaceful and violent revolutions. The Arcadians quickly rose to prominence as a world's financial center, military power, and cultural influencer. They took advantage of their safe geographical location in western Maricopa, as well as the instability in the rest of the world, by making investments in other countries. The network of military and trade alliances they built up during the century resulted in Arcadia to be considered a superpower. The Democratic Revolution in Sorland, 1923, is generally considered to be the end of the century of revolutions. In the aftermath of the century, a near bipolar world had emerged, with United Cortana and Acacia rising as the superpowers with two different ideologies. Despite the expectations of global conventional conflict, this world war never occurred, but the anxiety caused many smaller proxy wars around the world. Dissension Day marks the day when God sent his divine will down to St. Dast on the 16th of July in 684. The day is regarded as the beginning of the Nurti religion that spread nearly all around the world. Nowadays, Dissension Day is celebrated across the globe, with many pilgrims visiting the initial site, where the 30 disciples and St. Dast have begun their duties as servants of the Lord. Believers all around the world fast for an entire month before Dissension Day. After their fasting ends, they begin the long journey towards the Arch Sanctuary in Deir, where the tomb of St. Dast and the holy scribbling lies. Inside the sanctuary, they are blessed by the servants of God for their selfless deeds. For many pious Neurists, this is the most important religious ritual a believer has to commit themselves to. The Great Fire of Conriat. In the year 1789, the navy of the Empire Valgos, encouraged by the Rhenan army fighting in Rumburg territory, sailed across the sea during the first night of June. As many residents in Conriat were asleep, the fleet destroyed several patrol boats and got within a kilometer of the harbor. The Vaglan fleet, without any formal declaration of war, let loose a barrage at the Swordish main fleet anchored at port and took most of the navy, even before the sailors could get to the ships. Then the 80-ship-strong fleet loaded incendiary shots and fired barrage after barrage towards the city for 3 days. The fire spread so fast that many people couldn't even escape with their own homes, and burned alive. By the time the Rhenan family had received the news, it was all too late. The strategically significant Swordish navy was destroyed, and the Rhenan army couldn't do anything due to the ongoing conflict with Rumburg. Records indicate that 90% of the city was destroyed that day, and more than 40,000 people lost their lives, including 8,000 sailors who couldn't even retaliate. After this point, Valgos claimed sea dominance, and the Rhenan navy never recovered fully. Many Swedish citizens today regard this incident as great backstab, but the current Vaglan government condemns the act and detaches itself from the acts of their previous government of Valgos. Helgeland, an island located within the region, experienced an opportunistic invasion in 1920 by the Agnolian Prime Minister John Bluebeard. This event took place during the period of revolution in the Empire of Valgos. Interestingly, the Agnolians had previously relinquished control of the island several centuries prior, when it was sold in exchange for a substantial sum of gold to alleviate their financial obligations. PM Blueberg justified the invasion by evoking concerns for the safety and well-being of Agnolian citizens who still resided on the island. Following the confusion of the revolution, the newly established governor of Vaglan prioritized the consolidation of its new government structure, rather than seeking to reclaim Helgeland. This audacious act is widely regarded as one of the most successful territorial acquisitions in recent history, rivaling even the annexation of Dome by Rumburg. For many Agnolians, Hegi Island represents a source of immense national pride, symbolizing the remarkable achievements that a small nation can attain in the face of formidable adversaries. Second Rizia Gold Rush. Woo! Here's something that actually matters to us. The Second Rizia Gold Rush, from 1875 to 1885, was an era of unprecedented prosperity and technological advancement for Rizia. It began with the discovery of gold deposits in heretofore explored areas of Brennus and Cartes Montclair, alongside the state-owned mines set up by the Rizian Royal Gold Corporation. A number of small-scale entrepreneurs began operating in the region, all competing to extract the resource the fastest. Along with them was Arilla Itkara, a Montclair-based industrialist rumored to have backers in the recently founded Republic of Arcadia. Before long, its Caro extraction volume was far outpacing those of his competitors, and even that of RRG itself. He was revealed to be in possession of proprietary mining technology developed in a joint venture with Arcadian firm. Unable to nationalize XRO's company without losing access to technology, Queen Liza Torres conducted a series of closed-door meetings with businessmen. In these meetings, a landmark agreement was reached, allowing Itkarzo's operation to continue as part of Rizian Royal Gold. This arrangement proved to be mutually beneficial. Ixaro maintained autonomy over his business while gaining the Queen's favor and protection, and RRG acquired cutting-edge technology to significantly boost its gold mining capabilities. The cooperation between Ixaro and RRG led to an increase in production efficiency across the region and solidified Rizia's position as a leading gold producer. Moreover, this strategic partnership set a precedent for public-private cooperation, Rizia's demonstrating Queen Liza's acumen in navigating complex economic and industrial challenges. Swordish Civil War was a period of violent battles that took place between three different armies of the Swordish armed forces and militant political organization Swordsland. It started after General Lutherin's military coup in 1927, when he executed hundreds of communists on the streets of Holsword in 1928. It provoked a huge reaction from both the public and General Rickard of the 7th Army, who ordered an attack on Lutherin's forces, which started the Swordish Civil War. Both Young Sword and Red Youth were responsible for most of the urban warfare that took place in Holsword and Lochevin during the war. While heavy fighting took place between the armies, many left-wing revolutionaries took to the street and joined the Red Youth in hopes to use the situation to bring the revolution to Swordland. This led to thousands of nationalists to join the Young Swords in their fight against the revolutionaries. Tens of thousands of people were killed in the fighting that started in Holsword and rapidly expanded to the corners of Swordland. Amidst the most bloody period of the war, Glenn Sol and the 6th Army opened fire on the militant rebels of the Young Swords and the Red Youth, killing hundreds of them in Conriad. Consequently, he joined the war and attacked both General Rickard and General Regent's forces. In 1929, Colonel Sol destroyed the 3rd and 7th Armies and started pushing both sides to the east. After the Battle of Holsword, he won a victory over General Rickard's last remaining forces and brought an end to the Civil War. Following the war, he wrote a new constitution and re-established the Republic, becoming the 2nd president of Swordland shortly after. The Falico disaster of 1918 was a significant military operation conducted by the Royalist Navy of the Empire of Valgos against the Republic of Lesbia. The preemptive strike was aimed at crippling the Lesbian Navy to prevent potential support for revolutionary movements emerging in Valgos, led by Ulbrich. The Royalists leveraged their superior naval force, which was among the largest in the world at the time, to execute the attack. Utilizing strategic positions on Ravnos Island, Calparez and the Pels region, the Royalists combined aerial and naval power in a surprise assault on the port of Falinco, with additional strikes on San Mentua and San Verlone. The operation resulted in the sinking of approximately 90 Lesbian vessels, most of which were stationed at Falinco and Gios Bay. This attack significantly diminished Lesbia's naval strength, setting it back several decades. The Falico naval disaster had a profound impact on the naval balance of power in eastern Mocopa. The attack left an indelible mark on Lesbian history and psyche, remembered as a stark manifestation of military aggression, a significant factor in shaping the geopolitical landscape of eastern Mocopa. The Long Row North refers to a critical period of eastern Mocopan and Valgish history during the 1100s, when the Valga tribes residing in the Gruni and Lauren regions believed they had escaped the wrath of the Marquians for nearly 2 decades. The Valgs and Marquians had a long-standing history of violent feuds, resulting in a deep-rooted hatred and resentment between the two groups. However, peace was short-lived, as the early Marquian Empire's 40,000-strong army appeared, catching the Valgs off guard. Faced with the prospect of annihilation, the Vags devised a strategic plan to delay the Marquian invasion, while their people evacuate the continent to flee eastward. The primary line of defense was to hold off the enemy as long as possible, allowing the Valg population to flee to the coast towns and board boats designed for safer shores. A month into the conflict, thousands of Valgs began traversing the treacherous Grey Strait in small boats to reach the island of modern-day Vagsland. Despite the wind, rain, and deep waters, the majority of the people survived the perilous journey and had settled. Back in their homeland, the defensive line ultimately fell, and the Marquian armies encircled and razed resisting towns. Nevertheless, the courageous defense had served its purpose, enabling the Valgish people to live on. The soldiers who sacrificed themselves to their people are still armed today. In the years that followed, the Valgish emerged as a powerful people after assimilating other local tribes, established the Kingdom of Valgos, which eventually evolved into the Valgos Empire. With its vast fleet, the empire expanded across the world and changed the lives of most people. More recently, in the Century of Revolution, transformed the nation into the Democratic Republic of Vagsland, led by Chancellor Imrich Hegel. Meftium Invasion. The Meftium invasion was an incursion by the insurgents from the newly formed Nearest Republic of Derdia onto the territory of neighboring Morella, specifically the gold-rich Meftian Basin. In 1915, a group of Dirdians, disguised as miners, made it onto one of Morella's gold processing sites, where they injured and killed a number of personnel before escaping with several hundred kilos of freshly refined gold. The Dirdian government swiftly issued a public statement denying any official involvement with the incident, portraying it as an isolated act by rogue extremists. Soon afterwards, Morella claimed to have discovered evidence indicating the elements within Dirdian government had not only been aware of the planned invasion, but had actively supported it, driven by the desire to finance their nascent government and bolster their national reserves of gold. The invasion led to a complete breakdown of relations between the two countries, which had already been on uncertain terms since the dissolution of the Empire of Meridia. In the following years, the Dirdia-Morella border became increasingly militarized. The Meftium International Trade Zone was established, not only as a bulwark against future attacks, but to incentivize international governments to isolate Dirdia diplomatically. The War of Dying Roses marks the tumultuous period during which the ruling imperial family of the Marquian Empire was overthrown by a new ambitious family eager for conquest. At the time the empire was in decline, with its systems deteriorating under various pressures. Emperor Wargrade Resnick, eager to prove his worth to his new vassals, viewed the breakaway tributary state of Rumburg as the perfect opportunity for expansion. Despite the empire's financial difficulties and an understrength army, Wargrade assembled the imperial army and advanced towards Rumburg. However, due to the late arrival of reinforcement, Rumburg had ample time to bolster its defenses. The ensuing conflict, known as the War of the Dying Roses, devolved into a bloody 20-year stalemate, during which both sides suffered the loss of 100,000 men. Although the border territories of Rumburg were initially captured, a combination of deteriorating supply networks and harsh winter conditions led to the reversal of all gains. In the aftermath, Vorgard negotiated a peace deal and withdrew his forces. The War of Dying Roses became known as one of the bloodiest and least successful conflicts in the history of the Marquian Empire. Disenchanted by the empire's prospect, Warrengrad retreated to his homeland of Wellen and declared a separate nation, effectively sealing the fate of the Marquian Empire. The Zil Agreement. Signed in 1927, the Zil Agreement granted the Republic of Wellen temporary ownership of the Zil region of Rizia. Officially, the land was given away as a token of gratitude for Wellen aid in quelling the uprising in 1926. Unofficially, the agreement served as punishment for the province of Bernis and its ruling house, the Sazans, whose duke and duchess were said to have been complicit in the rebellion. Per the terms of the agreement, the Republic of Wellen was to maintain control over the Zil region for a period of 25 years, after which the territory would revert to Rizian sovereignty. During this time, Wellen was granted full authority over Zil's governments, economic activities, and natural resources, including any mining operations and agricultural production. This agreement also stipulated certain conditions to ensure the fair treatment of the local Rizian population within Zil. This includes provisions for cultural preservation, allowing residents to maintain their traditional practices and languages. Additionally, it outlined protocols for cross-border movement and trade, aiming to minimize disruption to the lives of those living in the border area. Despite this, many Rizians still left Zil when the agreement went into effect. A further wave of mass immigration occurred during the Wellen Civil War, several years later. Though famed as a diplomatic gesture, the Zil Agreement and its repression proved contentious among the populace. In particular, the action of the Wellen post-war government, led by Victor Smolik, have led many in Rizia to call for an early termination of the treaty. The Uprising of 1926. At the tail end of the century of revolutions, the Uprising of 1926 was the largest organized attempt at a government overthrow in Rizian history. It resulted in the transfer of the Zil region to Wellen and Rizia's incomplete transition to a constitutional monarchy. It began with a mutiny by sailors in the Rizian Navy, but at the time were fighting a losing war to reclaim the newly independent region of Pales. They were backed in solidarity by other members of the military. There was a growing pro-democracy movement that was rumored to be receiving financial support from one or more members of House Suzerain. Within days, clashes between rebels and monarchists erupted around the country, with several cities seized by the former, including Montclair, where Duke Damas Azaro was killed. A turning point came when the 21-year-old royal heir, Ramus Taurus, was kidnapped by mercenaries working for Lucas Sazan, the reigning Duke of Bernis. As the urging of his wife, Estella, King Veros requested military assistance from Wellen, which demanded access to the newly discovered gold mines of the territory Zil in return. A deal was reached to lease the land to Wellen for the next 25 years. Welland's foot soldiers, working in tandem with the loyalists and Titus Azzaro's special forces, managed to take Mentaclark and quell the uprising in the other parts of the country. The kidnappers were located and subdued following a confession from the Duchess Angelica Suzerain, who turned in her husband in exchange for amnesty for herself and an unborn child. Lucas Suzerain was executed, while Angelica was ordered exile on the island of Calicabiz. To appease the opposition and regain international standing, King Velero agreed to create a legislative body to govern alongside the Royal Council, the House of Delegates. Meanwhile, Titus Azzaro was given authority to purge the military leadership, replacing all high-ranking officials with loyalists to the king. The Walker Plan, formulated by President Dwight Walker of Acacia during the mid-20th century, was a visionary economic strategy aimed to invigorate the economies of various Mercopan nations. Rooted deeply in the ideals of Acacian capitalism, it advocated for sweeping market reforms and extensive privatization. Key to this plan was the removal of many price controls and overarching deregulation of capital markets, with objectives to amplify efficiency, curtail corruption, and expand consumer options. The logic was straightforward. By minimizing economic barriers, nations could foster a dynamic economic landscape and conducive to swift growth. This move towards privatization was especially critical, transferring control of state-owned entities to the private sector to stimulate competition and spur innovation. Beyond its economic tenets, the Walker Plan held geopolitical significance. Set against the backdrop of the Cartanan Security Pact, CSP, that vigorously backed and purchased state-owned industries across the globe, the Walker Plan emerged as a compelling counter-narrative, extolling the virtues of free market capitalism. Its success not only drove economic resurgence, but also laid the foundation for the now celebrated Arcasian Dream, symbolizing prosperity and upward mobility. War of Rizian Succession. More important stuff to us. Woo! The 1895 War of Rizian Succession was one of the most violent events in the country's history. It is often referred to as the first modern war on the continent Mercopa. It began after the death of the Rizian monarch Xavi Rubaz, who had presided over an era of relative peace and prosperity in the country. In his will, he named his daughter Ariana, who was engaged to be married to Prince Willem Torres of Monquez, but had stayed in Porte Drazan to look after her ailing father as her preferred successor. When news of this got out, her twin sister Anna, who had married the Count of Monteclair and established good relations with the Empire of Moradia, made her own claim to the throne. Meanwhile, the dying Musser Empire to the south put its strength behind Fedo Sazan, the son of the king's widow, Juno Roboz, from her previous marriage to the Duke of Iza. A series of clashes occurred between the three heirs' supporters, backed by military forces from Vaglos, Mordia, and the Musser Empire. Vagos took advantage of the conflict to expand its territory around the Port of Pales, claiming the Greater Pales region, as well as a strip of land along the Mordian coast. After 4 years and many casualties, a peace summit was held between the siblings and their backers. Ariana took the throne, while it was agreed that 3 royal houses and their provinces would be granted a greater degree of autonomy. Welland Civil War. The Welland Civil War, a devastating 2-decade conflict in the mid-20th century, was characterized by widespread starvation, disease, and genocide. It is regarded by historians as a proxy war between Arcacia and United Cartana, decided by the rise of left-wing militia near Welland's Swordish border. When general instability escalated, Welland sought Arcacian aid, leading to substantial military and economic support. This could not prevent the collapse of Welland's economy as trade routes were disrupted. Neighboring countries, including Lesbia, Rumburg, and Egard, closed their borders, fearing conflict spillover, exacerbating the crisis. As the fighting reached urban areas, Acacian forces, besieged and outnumbered, could not contain the Cartanan-supported left-wing militia. This destabilization resulted in a tragic refugee crisis, the majority of neighboring countries refusing entry to Welland refugees, leading to an infamous death march, during which hundreds of thousands perished. In 1932, Welland's government was re-established, leading to the evacuation of Arcacian troops, despite the subsequent leadership under President Smollett and the aid from United Cartana, facilitating some economic stability. The ongoing political and ethnic unrest leaves Welland widely regarded as a failed state. The legacy of the Welland Civil War significantly influences the nation's political and socio-economic trajectory post-war. Alright, whoop whoop. Now to just miscellaneous history, the Arcasian Dream. The Arcasian Dream epitomizes the vision of socio-economic prosperity rooted deeply within the successes of the Walker Plan and the core tenets Acacian capitalism. Under President Dwight Walker's leadership, Acacia underwent an unparalleled economic rejuvenation. The economic strategy fostered investment and competition, leading to a job creation and increased wages across various sectors. As direct results, tens of millions in Acacia saw improved living standards, effectively elevating them out of poverty. The embodiment of this dream rests on the belief that within a deregulated market, individual effort, personal responsibilities, and the freedom to innovate come together to foster prosperity and socio-economic mobility. For instance, deregulating sectors such as telemarket communications, transportation, schools, and hospitals has lowered many entry barriers for startups, leading to a surge in competition. This not only reduced prices for consumers, but also created a plethora of jobs, significantly contributing to wealth distribution and offering opportunities for the lower and middle classes. As Acacia thrived, the allure of the Acacian dream became emblematic of the limitless opportunity, economic ascent, and the promise of an improved life quality. KA-74. The KA-74, officially known as the Cussington Automatica, is a gas-operated assault rifle developed in the Kingdom of Rumburg by Michael Cussington. It is considered to be the first automatic rifle of the world. 74 refers to the year its initial design was made. Design work on the KA-74 began in 1874. In 1880, the KA-74's first version was presented for official military trials. In 1888, the first stock version was introduced into active service into several selected units of the Rumburgian Armed Forces. Although the rifle was not officially adopted by the Rumburgian Army, it was tested extensively by the Army during the lead-up to the annexation of Dome. The early KA-74 went through many iterations over the decades, and many of its variants were tested without being adopted by any military. Despite going through so many changes, the initial name was not changed and survived to this day. The latest model of the KA-74 was delayed in 1940, which remains as a signature weapon of the Rumburgian Armed Forces to this day. In recent years, it became the most popular and widely used rifle in eastern and northern Maricopa because of its reliability under harsh conditions and low production costs compared to other western weapons. Makes sense. Oops. Now we move on to religion. 1. Nurti Origins Period. In 684 CE, Saint Das, a spiritual figure from the religion of Jalfles, claimed a divine revelation, marking the inception of the Nurti faith and the ceremoniation of Dissension Day. Over 16 years, Das gathered a following of 30 disciples, including notable disciple Uric, and promoted the 11 pillars, forming the foundation of their doctrine. This period was crucial in establishing the core beliefs and practices that would shape Nurti's future. The schism between Dast and Yorick, known as the Divergent, occurred over differences in spreading the divine message. Dast favored oral transmission due to widespread illiteracy, while Warwick pushed for written documentation. This disagreement led to a split, with Warwick and 9 disciples leading to propagate their interpretation of Nurti. Dast, although not explicitly opposing, did not endorse their journey. The remaining disciples stayed with Dast, who sent 15 of them across Maricopa to spread his teaching, capitalizing on the oral tradition preferred in the region. The ending of St. Dast's life saw attempts at reconciliation with Yorick, but his untimely death during the journey prevented this. Dast's passing was mourned widely, with a grand funeral attended by many, and Warwick observed a month-long fast in his honor, a practice that evolved into a traditional fast on Dissension Day. Warwick's later's assassination is suspected to be orchestrated by the disillusioned disciple Karvev, further deepened the divide within Nurti, leading to the first holy wars between Durnist and Warist factions, marking the beginning of the tumultuous Tyr period. Nurti Diversion Period. The Diversion Period in 700 marked a significant turning point in Nurti history. Initially united under Saint Dast's leadership, the disciples shared a common goal of spreading the divine message. However, fundamental disagreement arose over the method of dissemination, creating a rift within the community. Saint Dast advocated for oral traditions, citing the widespread illiteracy of the population, while Saint Warwick argued for the preservation of teachings through written documentation. Honestly, couldn't they have just done both? Spread it orally and write stuff down for the future. Moving on. I'm the dumb one, sorry. This debate revealed underlying tensions about the interpretation of divine guidance and individual autonomy in spiritual matters. Division culminated when Warwick, along with the group of disciples, decided to part ways with Dast. This group's departure is significant in Nurti's history, as it consisted of precisely half of the disciples, including work. They embarked on a journey to spread their interpretation of Nurti, which emphasizes free thought and the rich and preservation of divine teaching. The decision led to the establishment of the liberty of Saint Warwick and the pinning of the religious commandments, a foundation of what would become Waricism. Despite Warwick's initial assumptions, the limited literacy among the population meant that his writings did not have the immediate widespread influence he had anticipated. However, his commitment to documenting the faith laid the groundwork for its future spread and preservation. See? Nurti Tear Period. The Tear Period, or maybe Terror Period, one of the two, defined by the holy wars between Dasnurti and Waricists, were a tumultuous era in Nurti history. The conflict was rooted in a deepening theological schism and was exacerbated by political ambitions. The kingdom of Jothles, a bastion of Dasnurti, aimed to extend its influence, aligning with Saint Das' vision of disseminating the 11 pillars. Conversely, the Waricist Empire of Lachvin, alongside allied nations, formed a defensive pact to resist Jothles' expansionist agenda. Key figures emerged during this period, shaping the course of the conflict. Queen Eusoria of Jothles, a fervent Dasnurist, led her nation in aggressive campaigns, while General Varnak of Lachvin, a brilliant strategist, orchestrated several successful defenses against Jothles incursions. The prolonged and brutal nature of the Holy Wars inflicted widespread suffering, leading to a growing clamor for peace among the war-weary populations. Amidst this backdrop, Ardos, a charismatic and visionary leader, emerged as a unifying figure. He embarked on a diplomatic mission across the continent, advocating for a resolution to the sectarian conflict. His efforts culminated in the Council of Reconciliation, where leaders from both sides convened. The council led to the formation of the United Principles, a harmonious blend of Dasnurist and Waricist tenets. The agreement marked the end of the Tear Period and ushered in the Settlement Period, characterized by reconciliation, unity, and a renewed commitment to peace. The 6 United Disciples became a cornerstone of Nurti, symbolizing a new era of harmony and collaboration amongst its followers. Nurti's Settlement Period in Nurti's history directly followed the end of the tumultuous Tear Period, marked by the holy wars between Dasnurst and Waricists. This new era emerged from the ashes of conflict, characterized by a collective desire for reconciliation and unity. The resolution of the holy wars, largely due to Ardos' diplomatic efforts and the establishment of the United Principles, set the tone for this period of healing and rebuilding. During the settlement period, the focus shifted from sectarian strife to rebuilding the fractured communities. The United Principles, a synthesis of both Darnist and Waricist doctrines, played a critical role in bridging the ideological divide. Religious leaders, inspired by the peace achieved through the Council of Reconciliation, organized interfaith dialogues and councils. These efforts facilitated a deeper understanding and mutual respect among previously warring factions, leading to a more inclusive and tolerant religious environment. Theological schools and sanctuaries founded in this period reflect the diverse range of beliefs within Nurti, fostering cultural pluralism. The emergence of new branches within Nurti, such as Reformed Nurti, Zerantuity, can be traced back to the settlement period. These developments indicate a trend towards the localization of religious practices and diversification within the faith. The period was instrumental in encouraging the study and reinterpretation of religious texts from both Dasnurti and Waricist perspectives, contributing to a more comprehensive understanding of the faith. Nurti Reform Period. Following the settlement period, the Reform period marked another pivotal chapter in the history of Nurti, characterized by significant theological evolution, the solidification of new religious branches. The era was defined by a movement towards modernization and reinterpretation of Nurti teachings, accommodating the changing social and cultural dynamic of the time. During the Reform period, Reformed Nurti emerged as a prominent branch, particularly in regions like Valgos and Galmos, and the former colonies of Valgos Empire. This branch represented a departure from traditional interpretations, focusing on a more personal and less dogmatic approach to the faith. Reformed Nurti advanced for a non-strict interpretation of the Book of Enlightenment and the 11 Pillars, emphasizing moral guidelines and the pursuit of pure life to achieve Golconda. It rejects the hierarchical authority of the arch sanctuary, symbolizing a shift towards a more decentralized and individualist religious practice. The Reform period also witnessed the rise of Nurti, a syncretic religion combining elements of Zeranism and Nurti. This new faith underscored the evolving nature of religious belief systems, adapting and merging different doctrines to resonate with its followers. The period was marked by theological debates, increased literacy, and the proliferation of religious texts, which facilitated the spread of these new interpretations. The Reform period, therefore, was crucial in shaping the modern landscape of nudity, leading to a faith that was more adaptive, diverse, and reflective of the adherents' evolving needs and perspectives. Das Nudity is a prominent branch of nudity, a monolithic religion. It emphasizes a return to foundational traditions of the path of enlightenment, closely following the teaching of Saint Dast. Adherents to Das Nudity regard Saint Dast's teaching as the purest form of nudity, representing an unaltered continuation of the original doctrines. Central to Das Nudity is the adherence to the 11 pillars of nudity, as directly taught by Saint Dast. These pillars form the core of their belief system and daily practices. Das Nerdicists distinguish themselves by disregarding other Nerdist teachings that deviate from these pillars. A critical aspect of Das Nerdist practice involves the pursuit of purity and the avoidance of impurity. This is often achieved through rituals of purification conducts in Das Nerdist sanctuaries under the guidance of the ordained priest. The arch sanctuary of Dissension in Dier is considered one of the holy sites in Das Nudity. It holds significant religious importance, being a place of pilgrimage and spiritual reflection for Das Nurdists worldwide. Galcanism. Galcanism is a fundamentalist and extremist branch of Waricism, within the broad framework of nudity. It is recognized for its emphasis on warrior culture and the pursuit of physical manifestation of heaven on earth. It diverges from mainstream Waricism with its advocacy for liberation from worldly ties, promoting a life where followers cast away material possessions, refrain from sexual relationships, and engage in rigorous prayer and meditation. It is underpinned by the belief that through the austere lifestyle and intensive spiritual discipline, a divine society reflective of the ideas of the divine God can be established. The central tenet of Galcanism is the concept of Golconda, the divinely ordained state where the material world aligns with the spiritual, offering salvation and enlightenment to all. This notion is further underscored by a strict hierarchy within the Galcanist communities, which range from novice seekers assigned to menial tasks, through mid-level disciples conducting advanced studies, to upper-level adepts who serve as teachers and mentors. Some communities, however, have been criticized for gender-based oppressions, as they disallow women from advancing past seeker status. Galcanism is the only Nurse religion that explicitly promotes the acceptance of homosexuality. Love between men, in particular, is seen as more sacred than the earthly bonds between men and women. Wow, when you're so sexist, you become gay. Okay, got it. Galcanist community often form around martial discipline and spiritual growth, centering their practices on physical strength, courage, and self-sacrifice. This warrior culture is deeply ingrained in Galcanist practices, preparing its members for the trials they may face in their pursuit of Galconda, through rigorous martial training, meditation, and the study of sacred texts. Despite sometimes clashing with other branches of nudity due to extremist views and militant approach, Galcondism continues to wield influence within the larger Norse tradition. Its unwavering conviction and commitment to the rigorous path to spiritual enlightenment allows it to maintain its position as a powerful sect, attracting followers who align with its combative approach to spiritualism. Galcondist pilgrims to Plavo. On the night of Galconda's radiance, the Galcondists gather at a sacred location, anticipating a divine event. It is believed that on this night, the arch-sanctuary of Plavo is infused with a celestial radiance that symbolizes the convergence of the warrior spirit and the divine. The event serves as a call for special pilgrimage ceremony. March of Warrior Anticipation, Galcanists embark on a symbolic march of the warrior anticipation to the arch-sanctuary of Plavo, guided by the soft glow of lanterns. The march symbolizes the spiritual journey of awaiting divine revelation and marks the beginnings of the pilgrimage ceremony. Contemplation at Warrior Way Station. Along the pilgrimage route, there are warrior way stations where Galcanists pause for silent contemplation. These moments allow pilgrims to reflect on the synthesis of warrior discipline and spiritual growth, seeking personal insights into the warrior's path. Arch-Sanctuary Galconda Circumnation. Arriving at the Arch-Sanctuary, Galcanists engage in sevenfold circumambulation, mirroring the sacred sanctuary architecture significance. Each round represents a fundamental aspects of Golconda, fostering a deep spiritual connection with the divine and the warrior ideals of Golconda. Chanting of warrior hymns. During the circumambulation, pilgrims engage in chanting warrior hymns, expressing their devotion to the synthesis of martial discipline and their divine enlightenment. The rhythmic chanting is believed to resonate with the warrior spirit of Golconda, creating a harmonious connection between the earthly and divine realms. Rituals of warrior purification. Before entering the arch sanctuary, pilgrims undergo rituals of warrior purification, including symbolic cleansing. These rituals prepare the pilgrims for a deeper communion with the divine within the sanctuary's sacred confines. Offerings to the warrior realm. Pilgrims bring symbolic offerings of their warrior culture, representing their devotion and connection to their faith. These offerings include martial implements, sacred herbs, and other items believed to carry their prayers to the divine presence within the arch sanctuary. Nurity is a major monotheistic religion predominantly practiced in Europa, making it the largest religion in the region and the third largest globally. It teaches the belief of a singular divine god, who is its sole creator, and venerates Saint Das, the divine messenger. Nurists believe that the divine god revealed the divine intent to humanity through Saint Das on what is commemorated as Ascension Day. Saint Das, accompanied by his 30 disciples, embarked on a mission to spread the divine message, laying the foundation of Nurity. Divine God in Nurity is perceived as an omnipresent entity, existing with all aspects of life. The religion places significant emphasis on striving towards the construction of the Golconda, a concept representing a divinely ordained goal in life. Achieving the Golconda is believed to bring salvation to humanity. Followers committed to the objective are said to be on the path of enlightenment. Nurity is divided into two main branches, Das Nurity and Waricism. Das Nurists strictly adhere to the literal teaching of Saint Das, whereas Waricists follow a more interpretive approach to teaching, as advocated by Saint Warwick, who is regarded as Saint Das' divinely appointed successor. This theological divergence marks a fundamental distinction between the two branches. Reformed Nurity is a distinctive branch of Nurity, primarily found on the islands of Valgos and Galmos, as well as in the former colonies of Valgos Empire. This sect recognizes both Saint Das and Saint Warwick as prophets, but diverges from mainstream Nurity in its non-recognition of other saints as holy figures. Additionally, it does not acknowledge the authority of the arch sanctuaries, which are central to other Nurity branches. The followers of Reformed Nurity place significant emphasis on personal interpretation and individual connection with the divine God, rather than relying on traditional religious hierarchies or intermediaries. This approach leads to a diverse range of practice and belief within the community, with a more personalized religious experience. The theological foundation of the Reformed Nurity rests on a more liberal interpretation of the Book of Enlightenment and the 11 Pillars of Nurity. Its teachings focus on living a pure life, guided by a moral precepts set forth by the divine God. Reformed Nurses believe in the concept of Golconda as a spiritual afterlife state, attained by all nurses who lead a pure life, transcending physical death. The sect also emphasizes community service and social justice as key components of living a pure life, encouraging followers to actively engage in improving their communities as a manifestation of their faith. The alignment of the 6 stars. In the realm of Waricism, the alignment of the 6 stars holds unparalleled significance. Saint Warwick, the esteemed founder of the faith, embarked on a celestial journey during his travels. Guided by divine insight, Saint Warwick recognized the cosmic importance of this alignment, perceiving the intricate interplay of celestial bodies, each representing a core tenet of Waricism. He condensed the 11 pillars into 6, aligning them with the positions of the celestial bodies. This celestial event became a catalyst for the re-evaluation and consolidation of Waricism foundational principles. The establishment of the Library of Saint Warwick in Lechven played a pivotal role in the transformative period, or the transformative moment. The library, a nexus of knowledge and celestial observation, became the space where Saint Warwick communed with the cosmos, witnessing the intricate dance of the 6 planets and their divine significance. The condensation of the pillars was rooted in Saint Warwick's belief that the cosmic alignment represented spiritual evolution, a progression towards a more harmonious connection with the divine. His commitment to showcasing the plurality and multi-perspective approach of Waricism led to this consolidation, emphasizing unity and diversity and interconnectedness of the cosmic and spiritual realms. The six pillars, symbolized by each aligned planet, not only simplifies the teachings, but also underscores diverse perspectives within the faith. The alignment of the six stars remains a celestial sympathon, guiding the faithful on their journey towards enlightenment. Waricism. Waricism is one of the two main branches of Neurity, a monotheistic religion centered around the belief in the divine God and Saint Das, the divine messenger. Advocating for a more interpretive approach to religious teaching, Warists not only study the teachings of Saint Das, but also those of his disciples, particularly Saint Warwick, who they believe was divinely appointed as Das' successor. A distinguishing characteristic of Waricism is its emphasis on curiosity and skepticism, an essential component for achieving Gunconda, a divinely ordained pillar symbolizing the axis of life that Neurites strive to build in order to attain salvation. Warist teachings underscore the importance of expressing gratitude and bringing joy to others, without any expectations of compensation as the primary means to purify one's mind and advance on the path to enlightenment. One of the branches of Waricism is Galkandism, which follows a unique, strict interpretation of the faith and emphasizes the importance of Galkanda in spiritual life. This branch maintains its own traditions of practice, and mainly practiced in Rizia, and by the Bludish population, further enriching the religious landscape of Neurity. Warist sanctuaries are often led by a wise-seer, a wise person or teacher, instead of a traditional priest. These wise-seers guide the faithful in understanding and applying the teachings of Saint Das, Saint Warwick, and other disciples, promoting a more comprehensive and open approach to religion. This inclusive perspective has allowed Warisism to evolve and adapt to the diverse needs of its followers, fostering a vibrant and dynamic religious community. Suzeranism, one of the oldest and largest organized religions in the world, is a duotheistic faith based on the teaching of the prophet Hu. It presents a unique belief in a goddess and a god who coexist and govern the universe in a state of harmony. That's actually very fascinating, having god and goddess that work together. Huh. That's cool. I like that. That's fun. Often referred to as a supreme couple. In Zarnist theology, these deities are distinct, yet unite into the one when in perfect harmony. This unity is not just a theological concept, but also reflects in Zarnist rituals and festivals, which also celebrate the unity and harmony of the divine couple. The holy book of Zaranism, the Zaran, along with the teachings of the prophet Hu, forms the core of the doctrine. This religion portrays the goddess and god as merciful and omnipotent, guiding humanity through natural signs and universal revelations found in the Zaran. Zaranism emphasizes that the stability of the universe hinges on the harmonious unity of the deities, influenced by cosmic laws and human actions. The religion also teaches that human actions and choices directly influence the balance of the divine, thus placing strong emphasis on ethical living and moral decision-making. Zaranurity. Zaranurity is a syncretic religion that merges elements from both Zaranism and Nurity. It originated in a medieval Lazbi during the Zaranist rule, and is primarily practiced in the Republic of Lasobi and neighboring regions. This faith blends the dualistic worldview of Zaranism with monotheistic tenets of Nurity. In Zarnurity, the divine god of Nurity is considered the embodiment of all that is good and just, while the Tsarist goddess is seen as a test of faith and a representation of life's challenges. Zarnurity followers accept the divine god of Nurity as a supreme entity and the goddess Zaranism as the deity representing evil. This belief framework sets the stage for a cosmic struggle between good and evil, with Zaranuris predicting the eventual triumph of good. The religion prescribes adherence to the 11 pillars of Nurity and the teaching of Suzerain. However, it places greater emphasis on Saint Das' teaching than the concept of Golconda, interpreting these through the lens of the ongoing cosmic battle between the two deities. Zaranuris also incorporate meditative and contemplative practice of Nurity, believing that these practices help strengthen and resolve against the temptations represented by the Zaranist goddess. Wow, so they literally believe in two religions, basically saying, well, this is the God we think is good, and we think your God is evil. We believe it exists. We believe you. Your God exists. It's evil, and we're fighting against it. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's hilarious. I love that. That is crazy. Alright, the Marquian Empire. In 1113, the Marquian Empire was the largest country in the world. It was also considered to be the most advanced civilization. The capital is where Erlori is located today, and was named Karakoud. With the population of almost 10 million people, the empire was sprawling, with trade, culture, and arts. The golden age of the empire started with the death of Unger in 1125. Wow, the golden age started with your death. Great. And lasted more than 3 centuries. The height of the empire was reached in 1440, when it stretched so far and wide that messages which being carried by horse would take several months to reach their destination. The empire was a massive multicultural melting pot, which gave no privileges for any specific culture. This started to change in the mid-16th century, when the identity of Marquian became far more dominant, with Emperor Termund coming to power. He married into the second strongest family of the Marquian Empire, the Rizia, who had their support base from the Wessex people in the west. In the late 16th century, the Marquian Empire stagnated, and its massive size was taking toll on its economy, with its newly built advanced imperial highways being too expensive for the state to maintain. When the Emperor Termund died in 1599, his wife, along with the entire Rizia family, overthrew the Marks and seized control of the empire. Following this, many major regions of the empire took the moment to break away. First, Rumburg stopped paying its tribute, and a year later, Agnolia broke away and declared its own kingdom. As the Wessex family were unifying their internal strength, the King of Valgos took this opportunity to invade several islands off the coast of the Marquian Empire and expand its already threatening sea power over the eastern and southern side of the Marcopan continent. When the Marquian Imperial Army had gathered to the march to war against the breakaway states, most parts of the empire were already in complete disarray, and more countries broke away. They finally did strike the biggest target they could, Rumburg. The bloody conflict raged for 20 years. It became known as the War of Dying Roses. In the early 17th century, the Swedish people unified under the increasingly influential trade family Rhinden, who formed their own autonomous governance system in the core territories of the empire. Following this, the Rizia family decided it was too late to salvage the situation, retreated from the mainland of the empire to their own land, in the west where the majority of Wessex lived. In 1630, Baron Warangrad declared Welland as an independent kingdom in the lands of Wessex. He was followed by Albrecht Renan, who seized the capital of the empire, declared Renan within the same year, effectively ending the Marquian Empire. The Rubas dynasty. The Rubas family reigned over the kingdom of Rizia from its establishment in 1605 until the War of Rizian Succession in 1805. The dynasty's founder was Victorio Rubez I, a wealthy landowner who served as administrator of Portuguesan. This is also an important thing for our nation. Woo! Before leading his reign in a successful rebellion against the Marquian Empire. Claiming to be a descendant of Rezans, he named his new kingdom Rizia. I mean, to a degree. To a degree, it supported us, To a degree. In homage to its pre-Marquian predecessor, a Resinid empire. During his reign and those of his descendants, Rizia expanded in wealth and influence. The Rubezans originally harbored colonial ambitions, but after the destruction of much of the royal fleet during the Valgish conquest of Pales, the family focused on excavating and trade of good. The minerals was mined all over the kingdom and transported on Rizia's first railroads. It was during this time that a feudal system was established. Various noble families governed the Velacures, Brenes, and Monteclair, Cardes, Porte, Drazan, and Iza regions. In return for their autonomy, they swore fealty to the Rubez family, paid taxes, and provided military support when necessary. Under this system, Rizia flourished economically and culturally. The nobles, keen to display their wealth and power, patronized the arts and sciences, leading to a renaissance in Rizian culture. This era saw the construction of grand palaces, the establishment of renowned academic institutions, and significant advancements in technology. However, the feudal system also sowed the seeds of discord. The autonomy of the noble families allowed to amass significant power and wealth, and over time, some began to chafe under the rule of the Rubas. Regional identity and loyalties grew stronger, often at the expense of national unity. The War of Rizian Succession, which effectively ended the Rubez dynasty and landed the Velacres-based Torres family on the throne, was a direct result of these tensions. The Lysian era. Lysia the Great Torres, another important thing to us, was the most beloved monarch in recent Rizian history. The granddaughter of Queen Ariana Torres, an only child of King Xavi Torres II, she inherited the throne as a teenager upon his father's death in 1860. Despite her youth and inexperience, she quickly became known for her wise decision-making and modern worldview. She presided over a time of rapid industrialization, particularly in the country's gold mining and manufacturing sectors. She used the country's newfound wealth to institute wide-ranging reforms, most notably in the fields of education and women's rights. Under her reign, Rizia became the first country in South Maricopa to implement compulsory schooling for both girls and boys, and made great strides in providing equal opportunity for women in the workforce. She was also known for her diplomatic prowess, and her ability to negotiate beneficial trade agreements with countries such as Swordsland played a significant role in fueling Rizia's economic boom at the time. An avid patron of the arts and sciences, she established several royal foundations dedicated to supporting Rizian culture and technological advancements. Unique for a woman of her era, she resisted marriage until age 28, where a council pressured her into a union with her second cousin, Edu Torres, the Earl of Queluz. Her son, Velero Torres, followed shortly after. The childbirth process was difficult and left the queen seemingly unable to conceive. However, 1884 saw the surprise birth of a second son, Hugo, just before the death of King Consort Edu from pneumonia. Her critics, especially abroad, pointed out that her reforms could be considered an overreach in royal authority, and that her progressive stance was undermined by her refusal to acknowledge the growing cause for democracy within Rizia and elsewhere. Staunch royalists were also angered by her handling of the scandal surrounding her son's marriage to a commoner, wherein she granted noble status to the family of Princess Consort Estela Torres instead of disinheriting Prince Velero from the throne. However, she remains an almost universally beloved figure, with her texts on leadership, the economy, and society commonly taught in Rizian schools to this day. The migration period. Nearly 400 years between 300 and 695 is known as the migration period. During this period, the Mark, Sor, Valg, and Agno tribes moved from the Great North to the southern part of the Maricopa continent. Historians claim the primary reason for this migration was extreme weather conditions, which led to a great famine in the north. As the northern tribes migrated towards the south, they encountered and passed by many lands until they reached the land of the Rum. The leaders of the tribes requested a hefty payment of gold in exchange of a peace agreement. The Rums, who thought that the primitive soldiers and horsemen would be no match to their own organized forces, rejected to pay money. Consequently, thousands of villages and towns were raided, and the hordes of the tribes kept avoiding the main force of Rums while creating havoc in their lands. This prompted the king of Rums to sign a peace agreement which allowed the tribes to settle in their lands. Resources gained from the subsequent raids helped the migrators immensely and doomed the Rums for the next 100 years. Despite being allied during the migration, and the tribes increasingly grew apart during the next decade. Land disputes became commonplace, and conflicts between the tribes pushed them in different directions. The Rezniad Empire. The Rezniad Empire was a powerful ancient confederation that dominated much of southern Maricopa at the beginning of the first millennium. The ruling Rezna family managed to consolidate several smaller territories into a unified expansive state, intricately linked by centralized bureaucracy. Strategic diplomacy of the Wurstis region centered around the metropolis Drizon, later Porte Drizon. Under the Riznas, the empire witnessed advancements in architecture, arts, and commerce, much of which has influenced the culture and political landscape of the region even to this day. Though famed for its robust trade networks, advanced naval capacities, and technological advancements, its dominance waned as internal strife weakened its central authority, making it susceptible to external threats. This decline culminated in the eventual absorption by the expanding Marquian Empire. The Resnans fled to the west, and it is said that the Resniks of Wellen were their distant descendants. Tribal War Period. The period between 695 to 1113 is known as the Tribal Wars period. In the 700s, as the tribes settled and borders started to get drawn, the initial resentment between the tribes started to develop towards large-scale raids and border conflicts. After several centuries of constant conflict, the Mark tribe, led by a Khan named Unger, managed to unite the tribes under his leadership. Historians claim that by the year 1096, Khan Unger was already dominating all the nearby tribes and fledgling nations under the tribe of the Marks. Following the rise of the Marks, the Valgs fled across the Grey Strait for refuge, and settled on the island which they called Valgos. Threatened by the expansion of the Marks, the Lesbians in the south built many castles and walls to protect themselves against the wrath of the Khan. When the Mark tribes settled in the cities of the Rums and Lesbians, feudal lines were drawn. They united the lands from central Maricopa to eastern Maricopa, becoming the largest country on Earth. These lands became known as Markia. In the year 1113, Khan Ungar declared the Markian Empire, announced his aim to dominate the entire Markian continent, and to be crowned conqueror of the world. Sure, man. Alright. Alright, and now we move on to cities. We start with Argno, which I'm also going to read what's going on. Like, we're going to take a look at what's going on in them each time we go to a city as well. So they have House Suzerain Governor. The local municipality is governed by House Suzerain. Drug trafficking ring. There's a criminal drug trafficking ring inside the city that is increasing violence, addiction, and crime. Mostly Ursus, mostly Rizia. Here's some sort of data for that. Yeah. Argno. Located in the southern region of Bernez, adjacent to the Republic of Morella, Argno is chiefly recognized for its extensive gold mines. These mines, some of the most productive within Rizia, have shaped the city's history and economic trajectory. Historically, Argno's proximity to the Morella facilitated trade, with gold often being a central commodity. As a result, the network of traders, merchants, and craftsmen established themselves in the city, contributing to its growth and prosperity. Modern Argno continues to be a major player in the national gold industry, with mining infrastructure and related to businesses being prominent features of its landscape. The city also serves as a vital checkpoint for cross-border trade and relations within Morella. Benevon, which is a House Taurus governor. The local municipality is governed by House Taurus, and it's a holy site. The city contains several important historical landmarks considered sacred by the faithful of Nurti, and it's mostly Rizian and it's mostly Warasism. On the shores of Bersine Lake Evon of Villacris, the small town of Benevon holds outsized importance for the province and for Rizia as a whole. The ivy-covered Benin Academy is one of the kingdom's most prestigious institutions, dedicated to the upbringing and education of boys from Villacris noble families. The academy is known for its rigorous curriculum, which includes classical studies, modern sciences, languages, and military training. Its sprawling lakeside campus employs a great portion of local residents. The town's other significant attraction is to the Benevon Ark Sanctuary, an ornated decorated and painstaking upkept religious site. The design incorporates reflective elements, creating an immersive experience where individuals commune with the divine through the mirrored surface of the lake. Bronez, which has House Taurus governed. The local municipality is governed by House Taurus, and is Castel Bronez, the famous royal dungeon on the hilltop of Bronez, surrounded by a large moat. Interesting. It's mostly Rizian, and it's mostly Warasism. At the western edge of Rizia and Puri, Bronez is a significant urban center characterized by its blend of business activity and historical landmarks. The city is favored residence for many of Rizia's influential businessmen, and its economic vibrancy is augmented by a large Rumburgian expatriate community. The relationship has fostered increased business cooperations and cultural exchange between Rizia and Rumburg. Moreover, the fusion of Rizian and Rumburgian cultures in Bronez has given rise to a unique urban landscape where modern corporate offices stand alongside traditional marketplaces, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Vos de Tar, which is House Azaro governor. The local municipality is governed by House Azaro. Alright. Industrial center. The city is home to important industries and considered to be one of the industrial centers of Rizia. Mostly Rizian, mostly Verticism, which seems to be the norm. The second largest city is in Qatar's Montclair. Vos de Tar is colloquially known as the Forge of Rizia. Historically significant, the city's reputation as a production hub originates from its weapons manufacturing industry, established the patronage of House Azaro. The presence of these production facilities has made Vos de Tar a linchpin of Riza's defense apparatus. Over the years, technological advancements and the city's commitment to quality have solidified its standing as a premier source of arms, not only domestically, but also for international clients. Alright, Fort Alez is House Taurus governor. The local municipality is governed by House Taurus and Rizian Verticism. The capital, what is now known as the Pales Administrative District, Fort Alvarez, has a storied past rooted in the geopolitical shifts of the region. Originally established as a military outpost during Rizia's early control of the Pales Peninsula, it played a key role in regional defenses. After stagnation by the Empire of Valgos in the 1700s, Fort Alvarez transformed into the center of commerce and trade, adapting to its new administration. Its architecture reflects the period, with a blend of Rizian fortifications and Vagslandian colonial designs. Following the revolution in Vagsland and the subsequent reclamation of the region by Rizia, Fort Alvarez underwent a revival, with many of its historical structures restored. We have Havez. House Azaro governor. This local municipality is governed by House Azaro. Again, Rizian worcism. Located in Cartes Montclair, Havez is recognized for its blend of industrial prowess and scenic beauty. Historically, Havez was a key transit point for goods traveling along the Alca River Valley, leading to the development of a bustling marketplace that persists today. With the rise of House Azaro, technological and manufacturing sectors in the province, Havez has evolved into a hub for research and development, hosting several leading institutes and think tanks. Beyond its economic contributions, the city is flanked by the Larian Hills, providing residents and visitors with picturesque hiking trails and panoramic views. We have Iza, which is House Taurus governor. The local municipality is governed by House Taurus. Police forces overburdened. The police forces of the city are struggling to ensure the order and report being understaffed and underfunded. Mostly Rizian and still mostly racist, but good large minority group of religions in this one. Iza is the third largest city in Rizia and the capital of the Brennus region. It is famous for its university as well as its multicultural population, historical liberal attitude compared to other Rizian cities. It was founded as a merchant republic on the ancient trade route between Mark the Resinid Empire and the Massar Empire. With the wealth it amassed from traders, the city built Iza University, the first center of higher learning in Rizia. Students were sent here from all over the Marquian Empire. When the King of Rizia was founded, Iza established itself as a city-state, whose leaders were democratically elected from a small number of noble families. Later, in order to marshal support during the War of Rizian Succession, then Duke Fido Suzerain agreed to unite Iza with the Greater Bernese. After the war, his house assumed long-term control over the province. Since the 1926 uprising, the city has been governed by House Taurus. Architecturally, the city is notable for its mix of Rizian, lesbian, and Massur influences, best seen on Musson Mile, a cluster of museums and academic buildings on the southwestern bank of the Zapana River. Stretching south of it, an old Marquian road, Vala Ugner, has become a shopping and dining destination, as well as the site of parades, concerts, and other citywide events. Where was I? Yeah, we had just done Iza. If I do that, yeah, there we go. Jails. House Suzerain governor. The local municipality is governed by House Suzerain. Holy site. The city contains several important historical landmarks considered as sacred by the faithful of the Nerdi religion. Drug trafficking ring. There's a criminal drug trafficking ring inside the city that is increasing violence, addiction, and crime. Mostly Rizian, mostly worcism. Jails, positioned on Brenn's northern coastline, overlooks the Sudus Sea towards the Republic of Lesbia. Although the port maintains limited maritime significance, Jails is distinguished for its production of regional textiles and ceramics. The city's architectural fabric exhibits a meld of Rizian styles with occasional lesbian influences. Among practicing Wessex, I can't talk. The city is best known for its arch sanctuary, located on a promontory with dramatic views of the surrounding sea. This was the site upon which disciple Jael the Seer was said to have prophesied the death of Saint Warwick, and such is a popular destination for religious pilgrims today. Nice. Mermy. House Taurus governor. The local municipality is governed by House Taurus. 100% Wericism. Wow. And mostly Rizian. That's a religious map. Mermy is the small coastal town situated in southern Velocris. Its economy has traditionally been based on fishing and small-scale agriculture, with its residents leading a simple, unhurried lifestyle that has remained largely unchanged over the years. It does not boast the grand vineyards or bustling downtowns found in other parts of Velocris. Instead, it offers serene beaches and hidden coves. In a campaign to reclaim Pale's administration district, Permi was temporarily transformed into a military base. The remnants of the military installations were mostly removed, leaving behind only a few structures that have since become historic landmarks, serving as a reminder of Permi's brief but significant role in Rizian's military history. Monquiz, which is House Taurus governor. The local municipality is governed by House Taurus. Historical Rizanid tourism. As the former capital of the famous Rizanid Empire, many international tourists visit the city to see Rizanid-era buildings and ruins. Industrial Center. The city is home to the important industrial industries and considered to be one of the industrial centers of Riza. Mostly Rizian, mostly Wursism. Again. Monquiz is the capital city of Velocris and the ancestral seat of House Taurus. It has been Riza's most important port since Pale's come under Valgish control in the 17th century, and serves as a crucial gateway between the inland southern Mercopan and Antacean Sea. Due to its trading riches and strategic location, it became a functionally independent city-state during the Mercian Empire from 1200 CA 1600. It was only nominally under Mercian control. It amassed a powerful navy and was able to fight off numerous invasions by the Valgish Empire before finally unifying with the Kingdom of Rizia against the Mercians in 1610. As part of their conditions of unification, the ruling Taurus family was granted sovereignty over Monquiz, as well as the surrounding region of Velocris, though through intermarriage they established closer relations with Valgos, giving them advantage in the War of Rizian Succession. Monquiz's main features are its ports, which handles import from countries up and down the Mercian coast, as well as Rica and Zena, and Castel Torres. The Torres family residence since 1550, located high on a cliff above the rest of the city. It's also well known for its waterside entertainment districts, with casinos, expensive restaurants, and Nisia's largest roller coaster. Woo! Let's go! Way! Ah! The political attitude of many Malkiz inhabitants is socially liberal but physically conservative. They have voted in favor of some of Riza's most progressive anti-discrimination laws, but are generally pro-monarchy and against higher taxes on wealthy citizens. That sounds fine. Montclair. House Azaro governor. The local municipality is governed by House Azaro, mostly Rizian, mostly Wursism. On a plain between peaks of Cardesi mountain range, the city of Montclair is the capital of Cardesi-Montclair region and the military heart of Rizia. The city has its roots in one of Rizia's oldest settlements, founded by the prehistoric tribes along the fertile Alca River Valley. Ancient Watt Tower can still be found in the mountains above it. One of those became the foundation of Fortress Montclair, a giant Rizanid Empire-era castle, and fortifications whose ruins still tower over the city. Because of its mountain location, Montclair, like Monquiz, was largely left alone by the Mercian Empire. When the Kingdom of Rizia was established, a Rezna descendant, Bardis Azara, was granted sovereignty over the city and its surroundings. Following the destruction of most of Fortress Montclair by Valgish cannon fire in the War of Rizian Succession, the Azaros built a smaller palace in a similar style in the foothills below. Camp Damas, Riza's main military base, was found on the other side of the fortress in 1850. Multiple manufacturing industries are based in Montclair and surrounding mountains. The city is home to Riza's most conservative voter base, as well as one of its largest wealth gaps. More moneyed residents live in standalone houses in the foothills, while poorer factory workers crowd apartments in the inner city. Nelvizar. House Azaro governor. The local municipality is governed by House Azaro. Oil fields. The city is home to an oil field. Nice. Rizian Wursism. Nelvisar, a town in northern Cardesi Montclair, is a former agricultural community, now best known for its eponymous oil field. Discovered in 1895, the substantial reservoir transformed the town into a pivotal player in Riza's burgeoning energy industry. Nelvisar rapid development over the ensuing half-century has been fueled by the influx of workers and businesses attracted to the lucrative opportunities presented by the oil boom. The presence of the oil field has had a profound impact on Nevazar's economy and demographics. The Rizian Oil and Gas Corporations opened a headquarters here in 1910. This led to a boom in housing and infrastructure development, with new schools, medical facilities, and cultural institutions emerging to cater to the growing population. With the oil field now on the verge of depletion, Nelvazar's leadership and ROG representatives are currently in talks about the future of the town and its resources. Plavo. House Azaro Governor, local municipalities governed by House Azaro, holy site. The city contains several important historical landmarks, considered as sacred by the faithful of the Nurse religion, mostly Rizian, mostly Wurrisism, but actually a pretty sizable Golkanism minority. Plavo, a quaint river town in the Rizian province of Cadiz Monteclar, lies to the northeast of Monteclar and falls under the governance of House Azaro. Founded in the early centuries of Rizia's existence, Plavo has flourished around the monumental Ark Sanctuary, significant religious site for both Wurrisis and Golkanis. Despite the province's general inclination towards secular lifestyle, Plavo distinguished itself as one of the most devout Wurrist communities in the entire kingdom. The tranquil streets of Plavo are graced with charming houses and shops, in an atmosphere of the serenity befitting its spiritual nature. However, it's the golden dome of the Ark Sanctuary that dominates Plavo's skyline, serving the town's most iconic symbol. This feature draws pilgrims and religious scholars from across Rizia, seeking solace and enlightenment within its sacred walls. Additionally, the Ark Sanctuary is the final resting place of Callis the Devout, Rizia's most revered disciple, who is credited for single-handedly spreading the teaching of Saint Warwick throughout the kingdom. The economic prosperity of Plavo was significantly boosted by the Second Rizian Gold Rush. Though the town's size is modest, its spiritual richness and its historic significance make it a jewel in the kingdom's cultural and religious tapestry. Porte-Drazan. Porte-Drazan, capital of Rizia. Porte-Drazan is the capital of the kingdom of Rizia and part of the Rizia Imperial Province. House Taurus Governor, the local municipality is governed by House Taurus. Historic Rizin tourism. As the former capital of the famous Rizin Empire, many international tourists visit the city to see its Rizin-era buildings and ruins. I'm pretty sure not both of them can be the capital. That's probably not... whatever. That's fine. Industrial Center. The city is home to important industries and considered to be one of the industrial centers of Rizia. Mostly Rizian, mostly Wurrisin. Makes sense that it's a little more diverse all around because it's the capital. People are going to come there a lot from all over. Porte-Drazan is the federal capital of Rizia, as well as the capital of the Rizia Imperi district. The city and its suburbs constitute the third largest metropolitan area in southern Recopa. The city began as a pair of settlements by southern tribes, Drazan on the southern bank of the Zapana River and Porte-Nazo to the north. With the building of Palace Rizna, the imperial residence of the Rizna family, Drazan became the capital of the Rizanid Empire, while Porto Novo flourished as a hub of fishing and commerce, as well as trade with Lesbia during the Marquian era. A stone bridge was built across the river to unify the cities. It was later replaced by a cable suspension bridge, the first to be built in Rizia. Following the War of Rizian Succession, Porte-Drazan and the land around it was designated the Rizia Imperi district in the late 19th, early 20th century. Banks and corporations began moving there to take advantage of the region's relatively lax tax laws. A large number of them settled in former Porto Novo, which today is dominated by high-rise buildings. The port remains one of Rizia's most important shipping centers, especially for exports. The main feature on the Drazan side of town, in Palace Rizna, which expanded several times over the centuries to include multiple wings and sprawling grounds. Beside it is the House of Delegates, a more modern building constructed after the 1926 uprising. Outside the government zone gates is a large square with a fountain in the center where parades and other gatherings take place. To the west of the palace is the Drazan Old Town, a pedestrian-only area under historic preservation. Its most prominent features the Ark Sanctuary of Zilba, an ornate nursed house of worship built in 1700s. The mountains on the northern outskirts of town, a fusionary railway, leads to the Cave of Monarchs, the stone mausoleum housing the remains of Rizia's previous kings and queens. I love when there's... Ooh, I didn't even realize we had an island out here. Quobez. House Taurus Governor. The local municipality is governed by House Taurus, mostly Rizian, mostly Wurrisism. Located in the Antixian between mainland Rizia and Kairu, the island of Calabiz is a relatively recent addition to the Kingdom of Rizia. Historically part of the Resinid Empire, it was taken by the Valgish in the 1600s and renamed Kalkabs. The island spent the next several centuries as a colony before gaining independence as part of the Kairoutian nationalist movement of 1853. Rather than remain under Kairoutian rule, the island's governor selected to petition Rizia for protection. After a series of treaties were signed, Khabariz officially became part of Rizia in 1855, and a ceremony presided over by King Zaxi Taurus II. Officially ruled by House Taurus and the Rizian central government, Kalabiz is today home to a number of vacation resorts for wealthy Rizians, a large marine refueling center, and Rizia's largest prison. Interesting. We got Kalus. House Taurus governor. The local municipality is governed by House Taurus. Holy site. The city contains several important historical landmarks considered as sacred by the faithful of the Norse religion. Mostly Rizian, mostly Wurrisism. Located in the fertile hills of inland Verquiz, Kalus has a history of extending beyond its renowned Katavu family vineyards. Historically, it served as a key point on regional trade routes, fostering a strong merchant class and playing occasional roles in local military strategies. Alongside its wine industry, remnants of ancient marketplaces and defensive structures still stand, offering glimpses into the town's multi-faced past. Syllabus is House Suzerain governor. The local municipality is governed by House Suzerain. Mostly Rizian, mostly Wurrisism. Highest amount of Golkanism, though, I've seen. That's interesting. Celebes is a medium-sized coastal city in the Rizian province of Bernez. It is governed by House Suzerain. Founded in the early days of the Resinid Empire, Celebes developed a diverse and robust economy with strengths in shipping, finance, and later tourism. As patrons of the arts, the Suzerains have invested heavily in the city's cultural scene, particularly the programming and upkeep of the arena, Celebes, Rizia's most renowned open-air theater, an ESCAN heritage site. The arena is the centerpiece of the Oceanside Culture District, which also includes galleries, museums, and several smaller performance halls. Since the 1930s, Celebes has also been a port of call for asylum seekers and guest workers from Welland and Derdia. These new arrivals are generally housed in low-income blocks in the Celebes suburbs, while the historical city center is occupied by wealthier residents and tourists. The mascot of Celebes is the scarlet kingbird, a rare avian species that migrates to the city annually from Sèvres Canal. Interesting. Topez. House Taurus governor. The local municipality is governed by House Taurus. Gas field. The city is home to a gas field. Mostly Rizian, mostly Wurrisism. Situated in Valkyra's coastline, Torps is in close proximity to the prominent Escurus natural gas field. Historically a modest fishing village, the discovery and development of the Escurus field transformed Topaz into a bustling urban city equipped with state-of-the-art processing shipping facilities. Beyond its industrial significance, the city has attracted a myriad of professionals and specialists, making it a hub of technological innovation in the energy sector. Additionally, local energy benefits from secondary sectors like service and hospitality, catering to the influx of workers and business travelers. Valencure. House Taurus governor. Local municipality is governed by House Taurus, mostly Rizian, mostly Wurrisism. Valencure, situated in the northern sector of Valencuris, is a key commercial city within the Kingdom of Rizia. Its strategic location at the crossroads of major trade routes has established it as an indispensable conduit for goods traveling between the hinterlands of southern Makopa and the Gulf of Valencuriz. The city's infrastructure is robust, featuring an extensive network of roads and railways that facilitates a significant role in national trade and contribute to its economic vitality. Architecturally, Valencure blends historical significance with commercial dynamism. The cityscape is marked by a mix of traditional marketplaces and modern industrial facilities, reflecting its evolution from a historic trading post to a contemporary economic hub. As a cultural counterpart to the bustling port city of Monquiz, Valencure embodies the progressive ethos of the Valkyries region, with a diverse society that embraces both its rich heritage and modern advancements. Zapana. House Suzerain governor. The local municipality is governed by House Suzerain, where mostly Rizian, mostly Wurrisism. Zapana is a picturesque settlement that sits along the banks of Brna-Zapana River, from which it derives its name. This charming town is known for its rich history. Oh, it's interesting that the river's name came before the town. I mean, that's common enough, but it's cool that they kind of mentioned this. But anyways, this charming town is known for its rich history and strategic importance, primarily due to its location on the vital waterway. Founded during the Marquian Empire, it served as a trading post between the cities of Iza and Porte-Drazan. Over the centuries, the town grew, with its economy anchored in river-based trade and fishing. Despite its growth and modernization, Zapana has managed to preserve its historical charm and natural beauty. The river's banks are dotted with lush greenery and parks, while the buildings along the waterfront display a mix of Rizian, Brina, and Mazur architecture. Recreational boating has become a recent draw, with numerous river cruises between Zapana and Iza departing daily. Next, we move on to countries. Alright. The Confederacy of Yartralis. The Confederacy of Yartralis, situated at the globe's southernmost continent, Wilquiz, is a unique sovereign state celebrated for its awe-inspiring Arctic landscape and innovative approach to governance and society. The nation is led by Elder Overseer Ranji Wuramutu. It is a confederacy of city-states, each presenting a degree of autonomy, yet united under the auspices of foreign policy and defense. Yartralis' capital city, Yarovia, epitomizes the nation's inventive spirit and commitment to sustainable living. Built beneath the frost-laden surface, Yarovia leverages the region's geothermal energy for power. This comprehensive subterranean infrastructure enables Yartralis to sustain a flourishing civilization amidst an otherwise inhospitable Arctic environment. Yartralis' isolationist and protectionist stance, although distinctive in global geopolitics, does not preclude the nation from nurturing essential international relations. A key illustration of this is a strong trade partner with Anrica, bartering Yartralis' rich mineral resources for Anrican technological products. Despite past territorial conflicts with the southern nation of Xena and Rika, Yartralis presently strikes a careful balance between safeguarding its natural interests and fostering cooperative international relations. This technological mastery is highlighted by its production of highly advanced terrain vehicles, gas-powered high-pressure weapons, and harpoons. Innovations driven by the necessity to navigate and survive the harsh Arctic environment. Yartralis' advanced balloon technology, utilized for both transportation and scientific exploration, considered unrivaled. Another significant achievement is the nation's advancement in artificial agricultural farming, demonstrating Yartralis' ingenuity in overcoming the challenges posed by the Arctic climate. The rapid advancement of Yartralis can be attributed to the nation's unique location and historic circumstances. The harsh environment and lack of traditional farming lands prompted an early focus on scientific research and technological innovation, particularly in fields of agriculture and transportation. The confluence of environmental pressures and the Confederacy's political structure, which encourages competition and innovation among the city-states, has propelled Yartralis' progress in these sectors. Democratic Republic of Vagsland, commonly known as Vagslands, is a socialist republic situated in the island of Vagos and several small islands. It is governed by the People's Party of Helm as its capital. Chancellor Emmerich Hegel currently serves as the head of government. Before the Valg tribes settled on the island of Valgos in the 11th century, the area was inhabited mainly by the tribal Galmanic people, which sounds like it's just Germanic, due to being isolated on the island for centuries. It developed a distinct islander culture, moving further away from its cultural roots, which they shared with the cultures of Mark and Saward. During the 16th century, Kingdom of Valgos greatly expanded its borders to the race for colonization of Rika and Xena continents. It was later declared to be an empire of Valgos. For much of this period, until the 19th century, Valgos had the largest navy in the world. It was considered to be the superpower of the seas. The Democratic Republic of Vagsland was formed in 1920 following the Vagslandian Revolution, led by the revolutionary Wilhelm Ulbrich. Ulbrich overthrew the monarchy and, inspired by Leon Milevic's revolution in United Cortana, established a socialist state in accordance with the ideals of Malianism. Following the revolution, the new government gave the old colonies of Valgos independence, and replaced the old economic model with a new command economy. Ulbricht's term saw many purges, arrests, and killings as the reason for protecting the revolution. Emmerich Hegel was elected chancellor in 1940, following the death of Wilhelm Ulbricht. He started a period of de-Ulbrichtization, and enacted many reforms which started a less repressive era in Vaxland. He reorganized the People's Party and distanced it from Maoist lines. He promoted what he called Vaxlandian socialism, and greatly reformed the country according to those ideals. In recent years, huge reforms of Hegel have diminished the role of the Revolutionary People's Party, and increased public participation in politics. The nation has a stable economy and strong civil rights record, with average political freedoms. Vaxlandian people have no unemployment problems and enjoy higher living standards compared to other socialist republics. It has recently been selected as an example state on civil rights by the Alliance of Nations after the revolutionary reforms of Emmerich Hegel. He is a member of the Cartan Security Pact, which was created against the growing threat of Arcadian capitalism and neo-imperialism. He is also a member of the Organization for Mercopan Economic Development, and a permanent member of the Alliance of Nations. FSR of United Cortana. United Cortana is a federal socialist republic situated on the continent of Cortana, and considered as a superpower of the world. It is a union of multiple socialist republics spanning Cortana. The country is a one-party state governed by the Communist Party, with Kiev as its capital. It is led by Chairman Leon Melev. United Cortana had its roots in the 1907 revolution, when the revolutionaries of Vrodsky, led by Melev, overthrew the Cortanan government, which had replaced the autocratic regime of the king during the Century of Revolutions. In 1910, after civil war ended in the Vrotskys' victory, United Cortana was formed by a treaty that united the Cortanan, Transcontin, Kievan, and Bile-Cortanan republics of the Cortana continent. Leon replaced the market economy with a command economy, which led to a period of rapid industrialization and collectivization in the United Cortana. During the period, rapid economic development resulted in dramatic improvements in the average standard of living, particularly in urban areas. The country saw major reforms under the ideology of Malianism. It promoted the idea of the permanent revolution abroad and supported social revolutions in nearby states with early-stage capitalism. United Cortana grew its influence around the world with Malianist ideas and rose to become a superpower of the world. United Cortana is currently locked in a fierce global ideological battle with Arcadia. Both powers are in a race of influence around the globe. United Cortana has been growing its influence around the world by supporting less fortunate nations with their problems, supporting revolutionaries and unions abroad. They have already influenced several revolutions to occur which led to the founding of new Marco-Mayanist nations. The nation has a very strong economy and an average civil rights record with few political freedoms. Thanks to the educational reforms and heavy promotion of sciences, they experienced a technological golden age and currently are considered to be ahead of their rivals in the world. The continent is very resource-rich, and United Cortana uses this as a means to spread their influence around the globe. It tends to export natural resources more than any nation in the world, and exchange sets up military bases in strategic countries. It is the founding member of the Cortanan Security Pact, CSP, which was created against the growing threat of Arcadian capitalism and neo-imperialism. It is also a permanent member of the Alliance of Nations. Federation of Anarchan Isles. The Federation of Anarchan Isles, often referred to Anarcha, is a federal republic comprised of an archipelago strategically situated between the continent of Mercopa and Cortana. Its vibrant capital, Patadohi, acts as the nation's political and economic hub. The current leader, President Aditya Shikra, is a direct descendant of the legendary pirate queen, Ishina Shikra, who is celebrated for a crucial role in the pivotal battle of the Suzerains against Cortanan and Arcadian colonial forces. Anarcha history is deeply entrenched in seafaring culture, reaching back to an era of Arcadian and Cortanan colonization. The indigenous islanders, famed for their formidable naval skills and piracy tactics, valiantly resisted the colonial powers. The year 1944 marked a decisive turning point in Arcadian history, when the merchant nation island, under the mounting pressure from both Arcadia and to the east and United Cortana to the west, united to form the Federation of the Archean Isles. The governments of Anarcha is a unique amalgamation of democratic governments, pirate code, and merchant republic values, reflecting its rich and diverse past. An established caste system, while fostering income disparities, has been instrumental in the formation and functioning of the modern government. This caste system is deeply woven into the fabric of American society, from the working class inhabiting artificial islands to the affluent living in the archipelago's natural landscapes. Laws are strictly enforced, with capital punishment meted out through democratic voting for a broad range of criminal activities. Economically, America is a powerhouse in the areas of sea exploration, resource extraction, and naval technology, with a particular emphasis on aircraft carriers. Its robust economy is fueled by extensive offshore oil and gas extraction. The nation maintains expansive trade relations globally, with particularly strong ties with the Confederation of Universalis, a formidable isolationist power situated at the South Pole. Despite its history and challenges, America has emerged as a beacon of resilience and innovation. This institution is shaped by piracy's adventurer spirits, and a unique blend of democratic principles have fostered an environment of dynamic growth and prosperity. American's education system, for instance, places a strong emphasis on maritime studies and naval engineering, nurturing a new generation of seafarers and innovators. Furthermore, America's commitment to environmental sustainability is evident in the suppressive marine conservation efforts. The government has implemented comprehensive policies to protect its rich marine biodiversity and has pioneered research in sustainable offshore resource extraction. This commitment has not only preserved American natural beauty, but also contributed to its growing reputation as a leader in environmental stewardship. You. Okay, anyways, Pales, officially known as the Grand Duchy of Pales. Is a coastal country located in southern Mocopa. The only country it borders is the Kingdom of Rizia. The country's capital is the port of Pales, and is governed by monarch Duke Axel Reinhardt. The culture, people, and language of Pales are deeply intertwined with its Rizian neighbors. Though the official national language is Palian, closely related to Rizian, and sometimes considered a Rizian dialect, or a language invented by the Valgish colonizers, Rizian and Valgish are also used in administration and judicial proceedings. Pales first emerged in the 10th century when Count Resna acquired a rocky coastal region in southern Rizia, and built the first Resnid-era fortifications, known as Palacios, in the modern-day city of Pales and its surrounding area. Over the centuries, Pales thrived under the Resinid and Marquian empires, and later became part of the Kingdom of Rizia when it seceded from the Marquian Empire in the 17th century. During the 17th century, the port city of Pales became one of Eastern Mocopa's most important trade hubs, and serves as the main port of the Kingdom of Rizia. However, in the late 17th century, the Valgos Empire occupied the city, forcing the Rizian government to cede the administrative control of the port. Despite losing its most crucial port, the region of Greater Pales remained part of Rizia until the 19th century. As promised by Duke Willem of Monquiz during the War of Rizia's Succession, Valgos took control over the Pales region and the coastal areas of Morella along the Gulf of Nail in 1810, integrating into the empire. The Duchy of Pales was established soon after, unifying Greater Pales and the coastal regions of Morella under Valgish Duke. After the 1920 revolutions in the Valgos Empire, the region went through a time of political upheaval before proclaiming itself an independent country, the Grand Duchy of Pales. In the meantime, the Republic of Morella took advantage of the instability to reclaim its coastline and former capital, Caveta. Later, the Kingdom of Rizia swiftly retook the northern parts of Greater Pales in a military operation, with minimal casualties. However, with physical and military aid from Lesbia, the Reinhardt family maintained control and successfully defended the southern cities in the duchy. In the 1930s, the country saw rapid economic growth and militarized its borders with the help of the Republic of Lesbia. Both countries signed numerous cooperation agreements, resulting in the Grand Duchy increasing reliance on Lesbia. In 1947, Duke Nijolma brief ban on the Rizian language led to a heightened tension between pro-Rizian and pro-Palestinian factions. This controversial move compelled Nijolma to abdicate, paving the way for his brother Axel to assume the throne. Axel, widely admired by the Rizian-speaking community, was officially crowned as Axel Reinhardt in 1948, a year following his brother's resignation. The Grand Duchy of Pales is a developed country with a robust economy, boasting one of the world's highest GDPs per capita. The city of Pales was declared an ESCAN heritage site in 1950 due to a remarkable preservation of Renaissance-era fortification. The country has an above-average record on civil rights, but below-average political freedoms. Pales is a member of the Organization for American Economic Development, OMEC. Holy Federation of Free Cities. The Free Cities, formerly recognized as the Holy Federation of Free Cities of the Fez and the Nefaz, constitute a federation of theocratic city-states. Its governmental operations are directed from Jalfaz by the Divine, an elected council comprised of Desner's religious leaders. The country doesn't possess a singular head of state. Instead, it is typically represented by a divine speaker, chosen by the Divine. The present divine speaker is Andre, and Jalfaz is the capital city. Although the Desner sanctuary authorities is Jalfaz has its roots in early Nurti, it was only in 1921, through the Wari City Treaty, that the Free Cities emerged as an independent state. This evolution can also be traced back to the Holy League, which governed the region of present-day Sami Maror between the 17th and 19th century. In the chaotic aftermath of the 19th century Meridian Wars, which fragmented the Republic of Meridia into warring factions, the coastal regions of Fez proclaimed its independence. Assisted by the Holy League, Fez emerged victorious from a brutal independence war. However, the Holy League disbanded due to religious discord within 2 years. The dissolution led to the Desner's Brotherhood gaining supremacy and unifying numerous small states that had declared independence in Fez and along the Nafas Grand Canyon under a single government. The Free Cities are governed by a unique theocratic system. Each city-state is managed by an elected council of local religious leaders who enjoy significant autonomy. Even though the country operates as a Desner's theocracy, it is home to millions of individuals adhering to various faiths and implements an open border policy. The Free Cities and Arcacia share close ties since the inception of the former, with Arcacia considered its closest ally. Of the Free Cities' primarily adversaries, the Nurse Republic of Dirtia. Known for its robust economy and commendable civil rights record, the Free Cities nonetheless experience restricted political freedom. 6 of Nurti's 12 holy sites are situated within the Free Cities, transforming the region into a hub for the Desner's faith. The Free Cities attract millions of tourists annually due to their rich religious and cultural significance. It is a member of the Arcatian Treaty Organization and the Organization for American Economic Development, and is part of the Alliance of Nations. Kingdom of Rizia. Oh, actually, we've already read this. I'm pretty sure. Why not? We'll read it again. It's us. We can never get enough of us. The King of Rizia, known as Rizia, is a semi-constitutional monarchy led by King Ramas Torres. His positions on the eastern coast of South Maricopa Peninsula. The game is neighbored by Welland, Morella, and the Grand Duchy Pales, and separated from Lesbia by the Sudas Sea. Rizia name finds its roots in the Residid Empire, a powerful ancient confederation that dominated much of the southern Maricopa at the beginning of the first millennium. The ruling Resines family strategically established their stronghold, Draznan, later named Porte Drazan, at the Zapana River's mouth, taking advantage of the fertile soil. The region fell to the Marquian Empire in the early 1100s, which built roads, bridges, and aqueducts, and mined small amounts of gold to support their expansion. This rule lasted until the 1600s, when the Rubez family led an independence movement, forming the Kingdom of Rizia, comprising 3 semi-autonomous provinces, Brunnes, Velquiz, and Montclar, governed from the central domain of Rizia and Puri. In the 1800s, a split in the Rumez family led to the War of Reason Succession, causing a 5-year bloody conflict that involved several external powers. After the war, the Torres family took the crown, with the Cezanne and Nazaro families controlling Bernez and Montclar. Oops. Riza's golden age occurred in the late 1800s under Queen Liza the Great, Taurus driven by advancements in gold mining technology. However, this era ended with the reign of Liza's son, Velero the Frail, whose unsuccessful attempts to retake Pales led to rebellion. Despite initial struggles, Rizia regained its economic stability thanks to alliances and discovery of natural gas fields. Today, Rizia boasts one of the highest GDPs on the continent, with citizens enjoying a high quality of life due to large salaries and well-funded social services. The government holds part ownership of large corporations, with Rizian royal gold being the most significant. Despite commendations for its free healthcare, low tax rates, and progressive women's rights policies, Rizia's human rights records have been criticized for unequal treatment of citizens and non-citizens, and harsh punishment for protesters. Rizia is a member of the Organization for Mercopan Economic Development, OMEC, the Guild of Royal Allies for Commercial Exchange, GRACE, and the Alliance of Nations. Kingdom of Rumburg. Kingdom of Rumburg, commonly known as Rumburg, is a semi-constitutional monarchy situated in northern Mercopa. The country's capital is Thornborough, and its monarch is Queen Beatrice Livingston. It is the largest country on the Mercopan continent by size, spanning the entire north from west to east. It's founding member of the Guild of Royal Allies for Commercial Exchange, GRACE. Rumburg initially emerged as a march of the Rums around the 7th century, and later with the migration development into the heartland for the Kingdom of Rums. In 1599, Rumburg broke away from the Marquian Empire and established its own kingdom. Early in the 19th century, Rumburg transformed into a constitutional monarchy, when King Uthred transferred some of his powers to the Council of the State, and later to the Parliament of Rumburg. In the 19th century, Rumburg rose to prominence as a major power in Mercopa when it colonized and rapidly industrialized a massive area of steppe, tundra, and ice in the far north. After getting involved in and losing several wars in the previous century, Rumburg went through a period of rapid industrialization through collectivization and forced labor, particularly investing in military technology. During this period, Rumburg's military industry rose to rival Acacia, and a rapid economic development resulted in some improvements in the standard of living. After suffering extensively during the 15-day war against Swordland, the country also developed the world's first automatic rifle, KA-74, which became the most popular weapon on the continent in the 20th century. In 1921, Beatrice Livingston ascended to the throne upon the death of King Alfred II. The Queen's rule started with the controversial annexation of Dorne, and expanded Rumburg's borders further south, starting with Queen Livingston called the Great Unification, which seeks to take back old lost territories and unify ethnic Rums under the kingdom. Following the social revolution in Vagsland, the Queen cancelled her father's plans to form an Eastern Mercopan pact with Vagsland, and instead started warming up to Acacia by establishing important trade deals. Despite the Rumburgian government claims, the country is believed to have been heavily involved in both the Welland Civil War and Swedish Civil War. The nation has a strong economy and a below-average civil rights record, with very few political freedoms. Thanks to the heavy promotion of sciences and military technology, they experienced a very rapid technological development and are believed to possess significant experimental weapons. Despite being home to resource-rich areas in the north, Rumburg imports enormous amounts of raw materials to fuel their massive military industry. He is a member of the Organization for Mercopan Economic Development, OMEC, GRACE, and a member of the Alliance of Nations. Nurse Republic of Derdia. The Nurse Republic of Derdia, commonly referred to as Derdia, is a theocratic republic located in the southeast quadrant of Mercopa. Its border encompasses the countries of Welland and Agard to the north, the Free Cities to the west, and to the south lie Morella and the Gulf of Meridia. The government of Derdia is founded on Waricist principles, with the highest authority vested in the Supreme Wiseman, a position presently held by Jorga Azmal. The capital city of the republic is Nael. Derdia name traces back to the ancestral Gurdic kingdom of Dardia, which was nestled within what are now the boundaries of Agardia, Dardia, and Welland. The region was overtaken by Wessex and the British tribes in the 6th century, marking the introduction of Nurti, Wessex culture, and language. Derdia underwent further changes in the 10th century as it fell under the control of the Resinid Empire, and later in the 13th century was absorbed by the Marquian Empire. With the collapse of the Marquians in the 17th century, Derdia integrated into the larger empire of Moravia, which ruled over present-day Dardia, Morella, and the Free Cities. Derdia experienced significant transformations in the 1950s. Inspired by the Acacian Revolution, the Empire of Meridia transitioned into a republic, but was substantially divided due to religious and economic strife. Derdia eventually emerged as an independent republic, bolstered by military and economic support from Acacia. However, the Acacian-supported government eventually succumbed to collapse in 1911, morphing into a theocracy founded on Gulkanism, a rigid interpretation of the work's school of thought. This workist regime has attracted international condemnation due to extensive human rights and civil liberties abuses. By the 1930s, Derdia became the hub for Gulkanism within Eastern Mercopa, and was perceived as the largest adversary of the Free Cities. Derdia government has had a hand both directly and indirectly in the Welland Civil War, in insurgencies in Morella and the Free Cities, and religious missionary efforts in Mercopa and Zena. While considered a middle economic power in Eastern Marcopa, Rizia has a significantly weak civil rights record and lacks political freedoms. Despite being the world's only worst theocracy, its interpretation of Rizia has faced significant international backlash from large sections of Wurisists. Rizia is a founding member of the International Nurse Community, INC, and a member of the Alliance of Nations. The Republic of Agnolia. Agnolia, officially the Republic of Agnolia, is a parliamentary republic situated in eastern Marcopa. It is currently governed by the centrist Nurse Democratic Union, NDU, led by Prime Minister Martin van Houten. Its capital is Stalpoort. The name of the land was given to it by the Agno tribes when they first settled in the region in the early 7th century. The Agno people lived under the reign of the Marquian tribe, and later in the Marquian Empire, only achieving statehood in the year 1600, with the independence of the Kingdom of Agnoia. The kingdom only lasted 75 years when the Agnoian queen Lena married the ruler of Swordland, Eric Renan, and established a union between the two countries. The union is subsequently called the Agnoian Swordish Commonwealth, and it lasted until 1740. So, I'm guessing a reference to the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. That's the only major Commonwealth I think of. Honestly, the Republic of Agnoia was founded in 1740 when the union with Swordland broke down following the death of Queen Lena. It was established as a merchant republic with Rector at its head. During the Century Revolution, the republic transformed into a parliamentary republic. In the 19th century, the country relied heavily on protection of Swordland against the rising pressure of Rumburg and Vagland. Agnoia saw an economic boom in the late 1910s and expanded their navy throughout the decade. In 1920, Agnoia invaded Hegeland when the island briefly broke free from Vagland after the Malevist Revolution. Agnoia's economy started to recede in the late 1930s and lived through two of the worst economic crises in its history in 1940 and 1951, when Agnoia accepted financial aid from both United Cortana and Arcadia to rebuild its economy. During the late 1940s, more than 1 million Agnoians have immigrated to Swordland, escaping poverty and hunger. The country is famous for its steel, coal, and fish. It arguably has one of the weakest economies in eastern Marcopa and an average civil rights record, with very good political freedoms. Despite being a capitalist country, a large group of their population are believed to be sympathetic to Malianism and Vagslandian socialism. It is a member of the Organization for Marcopan Economic Development, OMEC, and a member of the Alliance of Nations. Republic of Arcadia. The Republic of Arcadia, commonly known as Arcadia, is a constitutional republic situated in western Marcopa and widely acknowledged as a global superpower. The nation's capital, Ventry City, serves as the financial center of the world. President Dwight Walker, a distinguished figure with Rumburgian heritage, presently leads the country. Modern-day Arcadia Foundation dates back to 1823, following the overthrow of King Jonathan, ruling the Kingdom of Arcas by the determined Arcadian revolutionaries known as the Éclaireurs de la Liberté, led by the charismatic and visionary leader Louis Beaumont. This catalyzed a period of global conflict called the Century of Revolutions. Emerging as a superpower at the close of the century, Arcadia expanded its influence by championing capitalism on a global scale. The nation heavily relies on its formidable military strength and is engaged in numerous military operations and security pacts worldwide. As a highly developed country, Arcadia secured its position as the world's largest economy by nominal GDP at the start of the 20th century. This era witnessed Arcadian companies becoming dominant global players, Arcadian universities transforming into world-class education institutes, and Arcadian citizens enjoying unparalleled political freedoms. However, the nation also contends with significant income inequalities between rural and urban areas, and faces criticism for alleged human rights abuses. Arcadia's economic power is currently locked in a fierce ideological battle with United Cortana, as both nations compete for global influence. While some perceive Arcadia as a beacon of freedom, others regard it as oppressive, especially in light of recent reports of torture camps and unethical use of force against prisoners of war. Despite these challenges, Arcadia boasts one of the world's strongest economies and enjoys relatively good political freedom. Its citizens benefit from low unemployment rates and high purchasing power, fueling the nation's consumerist nature. The country encompasses much of the west coast of Marcopa and includes some remote regions of northwest Marcopa as well as the western Marcopan desert, resulting in stretches of undeveloped land. Arcadia is a founding member of the Arcadian Treaty Organization, ATO, established to counter the threats of Malianism and United Cortana's military capabilities. It is also a member of the Organization for Marcopan Economic Development, OMAC, and holds a permanent seat in the Alliance of Nations. The nation's commitment to these organizations highlights its ongoing dedication to preserving global stability and promoting its values. Republic of Kairat. Kairat, officially recognized as the Republic of Kairat, is an island nation located in the heart of the Antaean Sea. It consists of three main landmasses, Kairatium, Antium, and Adrium, along with numerous smaller islands. Kairat is governed as a parliamentary republic with elements of direct democracy. Its capital city is Constium, with the current leader being Chancellor Inos Adrium. Historically, Kairat is believed to have been the epicenter of a legendary Antaean civilization. However, concrete evidence regarding the civilization's existence remains elusive. Recent scientific findings suggest the presence of advanced megacities on Kairatum as early as the 5th millennium BH. In pursuit of further evidence of submerged cities, scientists and explorers are currently engaged in extensive underwater exploration. From the 3rd to the 9th century, the islands were fragmented into 8 smaller kingdoms that were perpetually at war. These kingdoms were later unified by Constanta the Great into an elective monarchy with Constium as its base. Starting from the 11th century, Kairat transformed into a critical trade hub within the Antaean Sea. This strategic importance attracted the attention of neighboring empires, leading to numerous attempted invasions. Kairat boasts a history of impressive defensive victories, successfully resisting powerful forces such as the Norvesians, Residans, and Marquians. Despite numerous successful defenses against the Valgos Empire, Kairat eventually became Valgish territory in the 17th century. Valgus Kairatum evolved into a significant economic powerhouse and served as a naval base and trade operations center for the empire until 1853. Inspired by revolutions in Marcopa, Kairat nationalists revolted and established the independent Republic of Kairat after a series of brutal wars against the empire. Since its inception, the Republic has maintained a policy of diplomatic neutrality, the seizure of Vaglish imperial assets on the island, and a series of successful economic policies led to an economic boom on the island. Kairat has not participated in a war since 1853 and pursues an active foreign policy, including spearheading peace-building processes worldwide. It is a founding member of the Alliance of Nations and hosts the organization's headquarters on the international territory of Constium. Kairat ranks as one of the world's most developed countries, boasting the highest nominal wealth per adult. It is known for its strong record on civil rights, political life, and quality of life. The nation has gained international renown as a destination for exiles and political refugees and serves as a center of offshore banking. Kairat is a member of the Antaean Free Trade Association, AFTA, Organization for Marcopan Economic Development, OMEC, and is founding member of the Alliance of Nations. Republic of Lesbia. Lesbia, officially the Republic of Lesbia, is a country in eastern Marcopa with some pockets of territory in the Aegean Sea. It is a parliamentary republic currently governed by the Democracy Lesbia Party, with Patricio Alvarez as the prime minister. Its capital is Perla. Lesbia is one of the oldest countries on the Marcopan continent, emerging as a kingdom in the early 9th century. It was conquered by the Marquian Empire in the 11th century, which ruled the area for nearly 6 centuries. When Lesbia became independent again in the 17th century, it emerged as a federation of small city-states, princedoms, and duchies, ruled by an elective monarchy in Perla. Republic of Lesbia was formed during the Century of Revolutions, following a peaceful revolution in 1850, inspired by the Arcadian Revolution. For much of the modern period until the 19th century, Lesbia ruled over a large area of land in the Aegean Sea, as well as several colonies on the continent of Rica. The country was heavily criticized by the international arena for shutting down their borders during the Warring Civil War. In the 1930s, Lesbia went through a great economic boom and emerged as global economic power in the late 1940s. Acacia is regarded as Lesbia's closest ally in the region, which has had very close ties with the nation for nearly a decade. After Patricio Alvarez became prime minister, he approved the housing of Arcadian military personnel in Lesbia. In 1950, joined the Arcadian Treaty Alliance. The nation has arguably the strongest economy in eastern Marcopa and a below-average civil rights record with very good political freedoms. Despite being a wealthy country, Lesbian people suffer from very high levels of inequality between the poor and the rich. Lesbia has recently become a center of Eastern Marcopan tourism and entertainment. It is a member of the Arcadian Treaty Organization, which was created to counter the influence of Monolithism and United Cortana's military capabilities. It is also a member of the Organization of Marcopan Economic Development and a member of the Alliance of Nations. Republic of Morella. Morella, formerly recognized the Republic of Morella, is a South Marcopan country sharing borders with three cities and Canal to the southwest, Rizia in the Aegean Sea to the east, and Dirdia in the north. Morella operates as a parliamentary republic currently governed by the recently elected left-wing alliance, the Morella United Front. The current prime minister is Alma Salatana, and Caveta is the country's capital. Initially inhabited by the ancient tribes of South Mercopa, the region evolved into a march of the North Frisian Empire with the arrival of the Canal people in the 8th century. It was later conquered by the Rizia Empire in the 10th century and the Mercian Empire in the 13th century. Following the Mercians' downfall in the 17th century, Merilla became part of the Meridia Empire, which ruled over present-day Durdia, Merilla, and the Free Cities. Between the 17th and 19th century, Merilla evolved into a powerful kingdom within the empire, continuing asserting its autonomy through ultimatums and revolts. The empire's defeat in the Mozart-Meridian and Volgo-Meridian wars weakened the kingdom, setting the stage for the Merillian independence movement. Man, they're under a lot of different nations for a long time. Following Meridia's transformation to a republic, Merilla was the first to declare independence, establishing the independent Republic of Merilla. After 1920 revolutions in Valgo's empire, the Merillian coasts of Duchy of Pales reclaimed by the Republic, granting the country access to the Aegean Sea. Between 1920 and 1950, various nationalist coalitions ruled the country, leading to increasingly authoritarian policies. However, the economic crisis of the late 1940s led to a unified front of previously divided left-wing parties. The Merillian Unified Front won the 1950 election, forming the country's first left-wing government. Despite its rich resources, Merilla is considered a middle economic power in eastern and southern Mercopa, and its citizens suffer from high levels of poverty. The country's record on civil rights is average, but its political freedoms are below average. Recently, Merilla has emerged as a hub for Maoist propaganda in South Mercopa. Merilla is a member of the Organization of Mercopan Economic Development, OMEC, and a member of the Alliance of Nations. And yeah, they are right there to our west. Republic of Kinal. The Republic of Kinal, commonly known as Kinal, is a strategically situated country predominantly on the Zinal Peninsula in northern Zina, with a minor segment extending into southern Mercopa to the north. Kinal shares borders with Merilla and the Free Cities, while it is flanked by the Sea of Nim and to the west, and Nicus to the south, and the Aegean Sea to the east. Kinal is unique for being the only Xian member of the Arcadian Treaty Organization, ATO. The nation's political framework is parliamentary republic, with the current Prime Minister, Rizia in office. Its capital, Mastapal, is the nation's most populous city. Ancient civilizations such as Zinali, Gurtik, and the North Zinal Empire once thrived in the area known today as Kinal. The 8th century saw the first wave of Kinali migration, initially arriving as raiders and mercenaries at the service of the North Kinal Empire. They eventually established themselves as the ruling class of the Zinal region. Kinal's religious landscape was profoundly reshaped in the 11th century, when the Messar invaders propagated Suzeranism, a religion that is still predominant today. The Marquians, during the Great Invasion of Mercopa, managed to seize most of the peninsula's northern territories. However, their advance was brought to a halt at Mauspal in 1582 by the Mauser Empire, thereby concluding the 29-year War. During the period between the 17th and 19th century, the Valgos Empire asserted the dominance over Quinal's eastern coast and northern territories. However, bloody conflict in 1821 resulted in the Quinali regaining control over these regions. The dissolution of the Mauser Empire in 1905 paved the way for the Quinali independence movement, which subsequently led to the establishment of the Republic of Quinal. Under the leadership of the first president, a series of reforms transformed Quinal into a unitary parliamentary republic and a significant military power. In 1945, the country became a member of the ATO. As a regional powerhouse situated at a geopolitical crucial location, Quinal has faced allegations of multiple sabotage incidents by Merilla and the Free Cities. Boasting a large economy, Quinal is known for its above-average civil rights and commendable political freedoms. Zionism is the predominant religion among the majority of its population. Quinal's international affiliations include being a founding member of the Zinal's Economic Cooperation, XEC, and a member of the Alliance of Nations. Republic of Sordlin. Sordlin, or the Republic of Sordlin, is a semi-unitary presidential republic in eastern Mercopa, nestled between the Sorin Mountains and the Marquian Sea, the Cavendier and the Gumrin Mountains, the Unger River, and the Marcian Sea. Rumburg and Ignolia border to the north, while Willen and Lispiel lie to the south. Sorlin's capital and largest city is Holsard, with Dier and Lochevin serving as the second most populous city and financial center, respectively. Sorlin's official language is Sordish. The fall of Renan aristocracy and Western Mercopa's independence wars in the 19th century stimulated the Swordist nationalist movement. This movement was further strengthened by King Egmont, who established the King of Swordland on nationalist ideas. Over the century of revolutions brought about a democratic revolutionary movement led by Arthur Whiskey, leading to the formation of the First Republic of Swordland in 1923. Whiskey's government introduced a multi-party system, planned socialist reforms, but this was short-lived as General Lutheran led a military coup in 1927, ushering in martial law and ending the First Republic. The subsequent Swordist Civil War ended in 1929, with Colonel Turkin Sol and his 6th Army capturing Hulsard, marking the start of the era of the Second Swordist Republic. During his rule, Sol enacted several reforms, pursuing a planned economy, resolved an energy crisis, and implemented free education and healthcare systems. In 1933, he reintroduced the multi-party system, with the conflict between the British Freedom Front, BFF, and Swordland beginning the same year. After Sol, Edward Alfonso served as president, bringing many economic reforms, privatizing industries, and pursuing greater political and cultural rights. Despite a stagnating economy and worsening living standards, Swordland continues to be a significant player in Mokopa, as a member of OMEC and Republic of Welland. Welland, officially the Republic of Welland, is a presidential republic situated in eastern Mokopa. It is currently governed by the Wessex Nationalist Party of Nurse Socialism, led by President Victor Smollett. Its capital is Warwick. Welland was founded by Baron Warrengrad Riddick in 1630, when he broke away from the Marquian Empire to establish his own kingdom in the region dominated by Wessex people. Even though Wessex people lived in the region for more than 1,000 years, they never had a state which unified the region Welland under one rule. After a bloody revolution in 1914, the kingdom was replaced with a republic. The country went through a brief period of economic golden age, when gold and diamond mines, as well as oil, were discovered in the mountainous regions close to Rumburg and Lesbia. In 1930, the country plunged into a civil war after the assassination of their president by a Wessex royalist. Welland was divided into two, and the conflict intensified, with Arcatians supported South Welland and United Cartonics supporting North Welland. The armed rebel groups escaping from Swordland also formed bases in the country during the period. The British Civil War caused a massive refugee crisis in the region, ending the reformation of the Republic in 1932. Arcatian forces did not leave the country and served as peacekeeper mission until 1936. The country saw a massive surge in anti-Arcatianism between 1930s and 1940s, which resulted in the formation of the Wessex Nationalist Party of Nurse Socialism. After Victor Smollett became president in 1943, the country started looking like a one-party state. The country is famous for its oil and diamonds. It arguably has one of the weakest economies in eastern Mokopa and has a very weak civil rights record, with no political freedoms. It is ranked as the worst place in Mokopa to start a business in. It is a member of the Organization for Mokopan Economic Development, OMEC, and a member of the Alliance of Nations. Woo! The Arch Sanctuary of Benivan. Nestled within the serene expanse of the Benivan Arch Sanctuary lies the hollowed lake of reflection, a revered site for practitioners of nudity, encompassing the three main branches: Wericism, Dasnurity, and Vulcanism. The sanctuary's lore accentuates the lake's significance, portraying it as a space where pilgrims master the ancient art of self-reflection. The calm waters of the Lake of Reflection serve as a metaphorical mirror, symbolizing the clarity embedded within divine teaching. Devotees from across the nudity spectrum congregate by its shores, participating in introspective rituals that forge a profound connection with the sacred. The Arch Sanctuary's ingenious design incorporates reflective elements, ensuring it's an immersive experience where individuals commune with the divine through the mirrored surface of the lake, deepening their spiritual journey. Their spiritual journey. The sacred place is adorned with meticulously crafted sculptures and symbolic representations that enhance the ethereal atmosphere. Towering spires adorned with intricate carvings reach towards the sky, casting long shadows upon the reflective surface of the lake during the sacred hours of dusk and dawn. Arch Sanctuary of Plavlo. The Arch Sanctuary of Plavlo stands as an illustrious testament to the spiritual heritage of Rizia. Yay, Rizia! Its golden dome dominating the town's skyline and serving as the most iconic symbol that draws pilgrims and religious scholars from across the kingdom. Founded in the early centuries of Rizia's existence, Plavo has flourished around this monumental structure, established itself as a significant religious site for both Vericists and Golkanists. While the hallowed confines of the Arch Sanctuary lies the final resting place of Callus the Devout, Rizia's most revered disciple, credited for single-handedly spreading the teacher's safe work throughout the kingdom. Celeste's presence within the Arch Sanctuary adds an extra layer of veneration to this sacred site. Pilgrims of Vodi pay homage to the memory, finding inspiration in the spiritual legacy left behind by the esteemed figure. The city of Plavo distinguished itself as one of the most devoted Vericist communities in the entire kingdom. The Arch Sanctuary serves as the heart of the spiritual enclave, where the faithful gather for worship, reflection and communion with the divine. The Arch Sanctuary is renowned for hosting the significant Golkanist pilgrimage to Plavo, occurring on the night of Golconda radiance for Godkanists. Pilgrims embark on the journey to engage in rituals and ceremonies depending on their connection with Golconda. Furthermore, the Arch Sanctuary serves as the venue for a coronation of the king, an incensuary ceremony symbolizing monarch's ascension to the esteemed role of God's paramount representative on earth. Beneath the surface of the Arch Sanctuary, a labyrinth of the great catacombs, candles the remains of some of Rizia's greatest and most notable individuals. These silent chambers bear witness to the passage of time and serve as a resting place for those who have played pivotal roles in shaping the kingdom's history. Pilgrims and historians alike delve into these depths of these catacombs, paying their respects to the illustrious figures who contributed to the spiritual and temporal legacy of Rizia. Drazan Citadel. The Porte Drazan Citadel is a historical prison complex and landmark situated in the federal capital city of Porte Drazan, Rizia. Constructed on an artificial island in the Zapana River, the Citadel serves as a maximum security prison. Okay, this is just a reference to Alcatraz, and is connected to the city by two-part bridges. The Citadel's architecture combines elements of traditional fortification with modern security features, making a notable structure within the city's skyline. In addition to its function as a prison, the Citadel holds a museum detailing its history and evolution of the penal system in Rizia. The facility is known for housing some of the most significant political prisoners in the country's history. Its location in the river serves as both a strategic and symbolic barrier to escape. Monaquis Maritime Heritage Complex. The expansive complex situated at the heart of the Monaquis port is a celebration of the city's long-standing maritime history and its pivotal role in shaping the economic and political landscape of Rizia. It includes a large museum showcasing the evolution of naval technology and trade routes, a reconstructed historical shipyard, and a cultural center with exhibits on the city's role as a crucial gateway between southern Recopa and the Antiochian Sea. The complex also features a memorial dedicated to the naval heroes of Monaquis, celebrating their bravery in defending against Valgish invasion and maintaining the city's independence. Palais Resna is both the seat of government for the Kingdom of Rizia and the official living quarter for the Rizian monarch. Originally a simple stone residence inhabited by the Resna family, it has expanded over the centuries, with each successive ruling dynasty adding their own touches of grandeur. The most significant renovations were undertaken during the Rebez era. Celebrations of Rizia's independence from the Archean Empire, the most recent addition, a hall for chamber music performance, was commissioned by Queen Liza in 1892. In total, the palace boasts over 250 rooms. Largest amongst them is the Great Hall, where coronations and other significant ceremonies are held. There are also multiple dining rooms, libraries, chapels, galleries, and diplomatic suites, in addition to government offices, historical archives, and the meeting rooms of the Royal Council. The palace is surrounded by sprawling, meticulous, tended gardens. Porte Drazan Observatory Tower. The Porte Drazan Observatory Tower, once a celestial haven, now stands as a museum in the heart of the city. Originally designed for astronomical observations, it symbolizes Riza's ancient fascination with the cosmos, an era when celestial wonders were revealed with ease. Ascend the tower through a spiral staircase, reliving the bygone days when astronomers marveled at the heavens from this vantage point. Centuries ago, the observatory made history by being the first to discover a planet that was visible to the naked eye. The groundbreaking revelation not only sparked scientific curiosity, but also marked a significant leap in our understanding of the vast celestial expanse. Resinid palaces. The palaces are a collection of opulent palatial estates scattered throughout the kingdom of Rizia, originating from the era of Resinid Empire. These estates, recognized for their intricate Resinid architecture, were constructed as noble residences, featuring expansive courtyards, fortified walls, and lush gardens. Archaeological studies suggest that the palaces were built to demonstrate the wealth and power of the Resinid nobility, with many containing art and inscriptions depicting significant historical events of the empire. Following centuries of political shifts, including the War of Rizian Succession, the Velgish Revolution, the Polacaius fell into various states of use and disrepair. Preservation efforts in recent years have focused on restoring these grand structures, in particular attention to the conservation of ancient frescoes and mosaics uncovered within their halls. Today, the palaces serve as historic sites, offering guided tours that provide insight into the political intrigue and lifestyle of the Resinid elite, and stand as a testament to the architecture and prowess of the era. Zapana River Canyon. The Zapana River Canyon is a geographic landmark located in the settlement of Zapana, within barren region of Rizia. It's located there. Okay, got it. This canyon featured a high-speed steam flowing through it, which has been a significant factor in the town's historical development as a trading post and fishing hub. Originating during the Empire, the canyon has contributed to the economic growth of Zapana through the centuries, facilitating the transport of goods between Iza and Porte Drazan. The river's rapid current has also become a natural attraction for high-speed river sports, drawing enthusiasts from across the region. The banks of the Zapana River Canyon are notable for their lush vegetation, providing a stark contrast to the sheer rock faces of the canyon walls. Regions. The Meftia International Trade Zone is a globally significant economic cooperative established in 1916 in the Republic of Morella. It consists of gold mining facilities and refineries operated by the corporations from Morella, Lesbia, Vagzlin, and Rizia, as well as the jointly owned Meridian Port. At the heart of the zone is the Meftian Basin, a unique geological formation filled with layers of sedimentary rock containing an extraordinary concentration of gold. During the years of the Empire of Meridia, some rudimentary attempts were made at extracting gold from the basin, but conflicts with the Valgos and Masir empires hindered that development. Mining operations began in earnest after Morella established itself as an independent republic. However, they were vulnerable to frequent sabotage from neighboring Dirdia. To deter these attacks and encourage further investment in the Meftian Basin and its surroundings, Morella's fifth president, Leon, another Leon, Zin Leferev, came up with the idea of inviting international partners to join the venture. A complex series of negotiations started with Rizia, Lesbia, and the Valgos Empire, eventually resulting in the trade zone founding. Each country's individual share in the trade zone profits has fluctuated over the years. Most significantly, the fall of the Valgos Empire resulted in a much smaller stake for the Republic of Vagzlin, while Rizia's stake expanded after its loss of Zil and subsequent alliance with Rumburg. Pales Administrative District. The Pales Administrative District is a unique territory division within the Kingdom of Rizia. The region was a part of the Kezis Montclar until Vagzlin was allowed to annex it during the War of Rizian Succession. Together with part of the Merlin coast, under Vaglish influence, it became a center of mining and industry, though its growth was marred by the occasional border clash with Rizia. Following the Velgish Revolution, the Rizian government reclaimed the district in a series of military operations, but opted to keep it under central rule rather than return it to House Azaro. Many of the region's inhabitants fled to the Grand Duchy during this time. Today, the administrative district still bears the scars of war, though Rizian Royal Gold operates a number of mines there, and several Rizinid-era palaces are still intact. Province of Brennes. Brennes is the westernmost and second most populated province of Rizia, aside from the capital city of Iza. It is governed by members of House Suzerain. It takes its name from the Brina people, a tribe who settled in the area around the Zapana River after migrating north from modern-day Xena. Incorporated into the Resinid Empire, they maintained their own culture and tradition well into the thousands, but ultimately assimilated into the Marquian Empire. Today's residents considered it a badge of honor to claim Brina heritage. As the region increased in strategic and economic importance, a ruling class of merchants and aristocrats emerged. A handful of noble families ran fiefdoms in the countryside, while alternating control over the city-state of Iza and the ports of Zil, Jails, and Salabez. Advisory councils were established to maintain the balance of power between the families, and in the case of Iza, had the responsibility of selecting the reigning duke. The War of Rising Succession and its aftermath resulted in the transfer of power to the Suzerains, a family of ties to the throne, as well as the Masur Empire, and the centralization of the province around Iza. Following the uprising in 1926, Brina effectively has two regional governments, that of Iza, run by House Taurus, and that of Greater Brennus, run by a council of nobles, mostly from House Suzerain. Brennus is currently home to the Riza's most productive gold mines. Other active industries include agriculture, fishing, and forestry. The forested area surrounding Iza is a prized royal hunting ground. Attempts by businesses to exploit it for timber have repeatedly been rebuked by the central government. In recent years, an increasing number of immigrants from Dirdia and Welland have been coming to Brennus via the Zil border and the Gulf of Meridia. Many of them have found employment as guest workers for mining, fishing, and farming companies. Province of Cadiz Montclair. Cadiz Montclair, the only completely inland province of Rizia, and the seat of House Azaro. Alright. Yeah. So, you guys. And the seat of Azaro encompasses both the bustling capital city of Montclair and the rural Cadiz region. Its unique position within Rizia, combined with a rich historic and cultural legacy, established it as a key player in the nation's socio-economic landscape. As Rizia's technological and manufacturing heartland, the province's economy thrives on diverse industries, along with the Alca River Valley. These factories significantly contribute to the national economy, specifically specializing in the production of weapons, automobiles, and industrial equipment, thereby playing a crucial role in Rizia's technological advancement. In addition to its industrial port, its Cadiz Montclair is known for housing one of Rizia's most revered Werdic sanctuaries. Despite this, the province maintains a largely secular outlook among its inhabitants. The province's long-standing relationship with the Republic of Morella and the Empire of Meridia have fostered cultural and economic exchanges, enriching its socio-cultural fabric. Most of the populace is of native Rizian or Rizian-Meridian descent. Cadiz Montclair's evolution from a feudal territory to a modern province is marked by a blend of historical and contemporary influences. Its landscape features a mix of ancient architecture landmarks from House Azaro and modern industrial complexes, symbolizing the province's balance between tradition and progress. The unique character makes Cadiz Montclair an integral component of Rizia's national identity and global presence. Alright, and here's the Pale's administrative district, which is honestly bigger than Pale's. Like, we actually reclaimed a lot. And Pale's is like half the size, or about the size of the amount we took. And then, there's the province of Brines that we already looked at, which was the one, by House Suzerain. And then we have province of Rizia, the province of Rizia Empiri, which is the capital of the capital one. Rizia Empiri, the smallest and most densely populated province of Rizia, is distinguished by its central role in the nation's governments and economy, encompassing the capital city of Porte Drzan and its larger metropolitan area. The province is governed by a prudential council under direct oversight of the central government and the royal family. This unique administrative arrangement highlights its importance in the national political landscape and its close connections with the country's central authorities. Economically, Rizia Empiri is a powerhouse, largely due to its relatively lax tax laws, which have attracted a multitude of Rizia's most influential corporations and banks. The strategic financial environment has not only bolstered the domestic economy, but has also drawn international businesses, with companies from countries like Lesbia and Rumburg opening branches in the province. And then we have the province of Velancures, situated at the easternmost province of Rizia, holds a dual honor of being the ancestral seat of the House Taurus and the most economically developed region in the country. Its prime location on the Antiochean Sea has been instrumental in establishing and maintaining prosperous trade relations with Lesbia and Kairut and the Valgos Empire. The strategic positioning on major trade routes have played a pivotal role in catapulting Valkyries to economic prominence within Rizia. Contributing significantly to the province's economic strength is the Esquires offshore gas field, situated near Topaz, along Valkyries' southern coast. The exploitation of this vast natural gas reserve has greatly enhanced the province's economic portfolio, which also boasts a robust tourist industry. Valkyries is equally celebrated for its viticulture, particularly in its picturesque hilly inland areas around Coles, that house some of Rizia's most prestigious wineries. These wineries, often set within sprawling estates owned by the Taurus family and their noble allies, add to the province's charm and allure. Demographically, Valkyries is predominantly inhabited by native Rizians and those Rizian Vaglish descent, creating a rich cultural milieu. The province is also home to notable lesbian and Sordish enclaves, contributing to the diverse cultural landscape. We have Zil. Zil is a territory located in northernmost tip of Rizia, on the Strait of Kerlik. The seaside region has historically served as a point of trade between the two countries, and to a lesser extent between Rizia and Derdia. Historically, it has been characterized by its mix of cultures. It was first settled by a mix of Rezanid and Wezek tribes before being absorbed by the Rezanid Empire. It willingly broke away and joined the Marquian Empire in the 900s, over a century before the rest of Rizia. During the dissolution of the Marquian Empire in the 1600s, the newly founded King of Rizia and Wellen fought to annex Zil. It eventually went to Rizia, with the two countries... Yeah, over here. With the two countries... we'll have to look at that. It eventually went to Rizia, with the two countries maintaining joint control over boat traffic throughout the strait. Its primary economic activity switched from fishing to tourism in the mid-1800s, when numerous spas and resorts along the coastline welcomed wealthy visitors from Lesbia and inland Rizia. This industry began collapsing shortly after 1918, with Rizian Royal Gold corporations received permission to exploit the mineral reserves that had recently been discovered in the region. This required the building of new power stations as well as refinery, and the controversial bulldozing of a number of small towns and to construct open-pit mines. In 1927, Rizian King Velero I ceded control of the territory of to Wellen as part of a deal to stop a democratic uprising in Rizia. The country signed a treaty under which the land and its mines would belong to Wellen for 25 years at the start of the Wellen Civil War. Many of the native Rizians living there immigrated to Brennels, while those affected by violence in mainland Wellen crossed the strait to Zil. The city of Zil in itself sustained heavy bombing in the war, and many inhabitants fled to the border, where they stayed in shanty towns while the Rizian authorities processed their asylum claims. Yeah, that sucks. Corporations. Less power. Corporation, headquartered in Perla, the capital of Lesbia, is a prominent energy company and a key player in the global energy market. Founded in the early 20th century, Less Power has specialized in extraction, processing, and distribution of natural gas and oil, particularly focusing on offshore gas fields. By the 1940s, the corporation had significantly expanded its operations, not only within Lesbia, but also internationally, reflecting the corporation's strategic approach to growth and influence in the energy sector. The company's expansion has been marked by significant investment in technological innovations and infrastructure development. This includes constructing advanced processing facilities, developing extensive pipeline networks, and acquiring a modern fleet for offshore exploration and transportation. As a major entity and protectionist Lesbia, Less Power has played a crucial role in the nation's economic strategies, often entwining with Lesbia's geopolitical interests. Rizian Oil and Gas. Woo! Rizian Oil and Gas, ROG, is Rizia's state energy company. It operates across the entire energy value chain, from exploration and production to refining, distribution, and retail. The company's holdings include the natural gas fields off the Valkyries coast, as well as several minor oil fields within Riza's territorial boundaries. Officially, the Rizian royal family is ROG's primary investor. In recent years, the company has been exploring potential alternative energy sources as well as international options. Rizian Royal Gold, also known as RRG, is Riza's official gold mining corporation. It was established in the late 17th century by the Rubez family, who unified the kingdom's small-scale gold mining operation to a single state-owned entity. The establishment of the RRG solidified Riza's position as one of the Mercopan continent's most important gold producers. The mined gold contributes substantially to the national treasury, while benefiting Riza's trade relations with its neighbors. The company had been majority private since the mid-1800s, when Queen Liza Torres negotiated the acquisition of a rival corporation run by Arilla Itaro, a Montclair-based industrial whose revolutionary new mining technology had the potential to vastly increase gold yields. The combination of Riza's state resources and Itaro's equipment led to an age of unprecedented prosperity. RG's involvement in the Meftian International Trade Zone beginning in 1916 further enriched the company and increased its importance to the crown. RRG is headquartered in Branez and currently operates most of its mine in the Branez province. Its CEO, Rusty Montoro, holds majority ownership in the company. We've already read about the houses at least once. Because, yeah, over here, that just be there. So yeah, skip factions. Governmental. House of Delegates. The House of Delegates is Riza's official legislative body. It was founded by a decree of King Velero Torres and his council in the wake of 1926 uprising, and the endeavors to represent the interests of the people of Rizia in the lawmaking process. Delegates are selected from Riza's provincial councils. Half of provincial councils are directly selected by provincial leaders, while the other half are elected by the citizenry. The election and delegate selection process takes place every 6 years. The Speaker of the House and opposition leader are chosen by majority vote within each party. Delegates have the ability to submit new decrees to the Royal Council, as traditionally represented in House session by the Grand Vizier. They may also issue approvals or disapprovals of decrees that the monarch has made. However, these are treated as recommendations, and the monarch is under no obligation to heed them. Yeah, let's go. Currently, only 2 parties are represented in the House of Delegates, the Rizian National Coalition and the Rizian People's Party. Rizian Armed Forces, RAF, are the military forces of the King of Rizia, headquartered in Montclair. They consist of the General Staff, the Land Forces, the Naval Forces, and the Air Forces. They are currently led by General Carlos Azaro, cousin of War and Security Counselor Lucida Azaro. Both the Chief of the General Staff and the War and Security Counselor may have their authority overridden by the King or Queen of Rizia. An equal number of recruits are conscripted from each of Rizia's 4 provinces. Montclair, Branez, and Veracruz each have their own specialized military forces as well, answerable to the Duke or Duchess of the province in question. While the RAF boasts top-notch training facilities, it is considered one of the smallest and weakest militaries on the Mercopan continent. Experts have pointed to the military mutiny that sparks the uprising of 1926 as the main reason for Rizian's government's reluctance to invest in expanding its armed forces numbers and weapons capabilities. I mean, we immediately did that some when I became leader, so there's that. The Rizian Royal Navy, once a formidable maritime force, safeguarding the Kingdom of Rizia's vast coastline and commercial interests, has a history steeped in both pride and controversy. Its origins can be traced back to the days of the Resinid Empire, when sea routes were crucial for trade and territorial defense against potential invasions. By the turn of the 20th century, under the direction of ambitious admirals and with ample royal funding, the Navy expanded its fleet and capabilities, positioning Rizia as a dominant naval power in the region. However, it was significantly weakened during the 1923 invasion of Pales and subsequent mutiny. Though still formidable, the Navy has yet to return to its pre-1920s strength. Rizian Police Force. The Rizian Police Force is responsible for enforcing law in the country. It currently structure dates back to the reign of Queen Liza, when the decision was made to unite the previously decentralized provisional forces into one countrywide institution. Each province now maintains its own police branch, and may manage it with some degree of autonomy. Our police activities are ultimately overseen at a federal level by the country's War and Security Council, who also directs the central force based in Riza's imperi. The police were granted special power to detain and question potential traitors to the throne following the uprising of 1926. Good. The Riesian Royal Air Force, RRAF, is the aerial warfare branch of the Riesian Armed Forces. Established in the early 1910s, its initial role was predominantly reconnaissance and support for ground operations. However, its capabilities and preparedness were seriously tested during the military campaign on Pales in the 1920s, when the Riesian fleet faced significant resistance from superior Lesbian-made aircraft. The RRAF suffered considerable losses, both in terms of equipment and personnel during these confirmation. For much of the late 1920s and early 1930s, the RAF operated with reduced numbers, outdated equipment, and diminished strategic role. However, recognizing the involving nature of warfare and the importance of air superiority, War and Security Counselor Titus Azaro persuaded the king to make an effort to revitalize the RRAF. While investments were made in new aircraft and training methodologies, the shadow of the Pales campaign continued to loom large. Lessons from these defeats were integrated into the training curriculum, emphasizing adaptability, strategy, and coordination with other military branches. The Royal Council consists of the most loyal and trustworthy associates of the Riesian monarch, and acts as de facto cabinet of the monarch's government. Established in the early years of the kingdom in the 1600s, the council was originally conceived as a mechanism to consolidate the power of the crown and ensure efficient governance amidst a backdrop of burgeoning provincial interest. Its main role is to advise the monarch on matters of state, ranging from domestic policies to international relations. Additionally, the council often serves as a conduit between the throne and Rizia's provinces, ensuring that regional concerns are adequately addressed at the national level. Its composition has shifted over the years, but is generally comprised of experts on the economy, security, religion, and foreign relations, overseen by a Grand Vizier, usually a member of the monarch's most trusted inner circle. The Royal Council also acts as Rizia's top judiciary body and decides on important legal matters with a vote. Although the monarch can override any council decision, new councillors are appointed every 7 years. The Golden Guard. The Golden Guard is an elite unit specifically designed to protect the king or queen of Rizia. Traditionally, the unit consists of 12 guards, though that number has fluctuated depending on the needs of the individual monarch. They are recognized by their gold-covered attire, once a solid gold breastplate, today a simple blazer. Though recruited by the War and Security Council, they are answerable only to the country's monarch. The Guard was founded in 1650 by King Felico Rubez, shortly after the king of Rizia was established. The most promising recruits from the military and provincial law-keeping forces were given extensive special training in combat, self-defense, and investigative skills until they were deemed fit to serve the king. The first instance of the Golden Guard enforcing security outside Pales Resna was in 1820, when recently crowned King Jonas Torres hired members specifically to investigate potential threats in the Montclair and Brenes provinces. By the time Liza Torres was crowned queen in 1860, the Guard had nearly 50 members and far-ranging powers that superseded those domestic security forces. Concerned about their reach, Queen Liza discontinued the Guard, opting instead for plainclothes bodyguards with normal palace training. Then she was resurrected by Liza's son, Valero, in 1945, who ordered the reopened of the training facilities outside Camp Damas and the equipment of 12 guards assigned to protect the royal family. Since then, it has been led by Titus Gordian. Intergovernmental Alliance of Nations. The Alliance of Nations, AN, stands as an international entity formed in response to the extensive upheaval of the Century Revolution, conceived to enhance global cooperation, uphold international order, and cultivate peaceful interaction. The AN incorporates numerous autonomous nations. The core of the AN's function lies in facilitating diplomatic discourse over issues of global import. Member states are encouraged to address their disputes peacefully, using AN's mechanisms. Notably, the AN has capacity to issue special resolutions via a supermajority vote. The diversity of its members has prevented its utilization so far. The structure of the AN highlights the existence of various power blocks, each with their own interests and perspectives. Notably, the blocks represented by the Arcadian Treaty Organization and the Cretan Security Pact often find themselves at odds over key international issues. The continuous relationship creates complex dynamic within the AN, requiring careful navigation and negotiation. In response to these dynamics, an ambiguous neutral faction of nations inside has formed, often caught between the ideological battles of the ATO and CSP blocks. These nations strive for a balanced approach within the AN, offering alternative viewpoints and providing moderation moderating influence on the major power blocks. There are a few dozen nations who are not members of the Alliance of Nations in the world. The Alliance of Nations, with its dedication to the dialogue and cooperation, continues to significantly shape the global political landscape. Through collective efforts, the AN inspires to create a world where nations collaborate to overcome shared challenges, fostering a shared pursuit of peace, security, and prosperity. Cortanan Security Pact, CSP, is an intergovernmental military and economic alliance between 9 countries led by United Cortana. This alliance creates an integrated defense strategy and military cohesion to defend against the ATO. The CSP, at its core, is a strategic military alliance because it's mostly of countries that have planned economies and trade resources with United Cortana. The goal of the alliance is to counter the influence of capitalism by Acacia to protect the continent of Cortana. The CSP has, in the past decades, moved to expand their influence in Recopa and is focused on using allies like Vagsland to face the ATO. The Guild of Royal Allies for Commercial Exchange. Let's go! GRACE is an international organization founded to foster economic cooperation and exchange among monarchies from various continents, including Recopa, Rica, Xena, Archipelago, Cortana, and others. By promoting trade, investments, and diplomatic relations among its member states, Grace has played a significant role in the global economy and international relations. The King of Rumburg, one of the founding members, is among the prominent states of Grace, which also includes members such as the Kingdom of Rizia, Baronies of Sardias, the Principalities, the Narbuk, Holy Kingdom of Alric, and the Confederation of Vindosam, and the Kingdom of Nalperna. Grace emerged in response to the transformative era of the Century of Revolutions, which saw a transition from absolutist monarchies to representative governments with the written constitution and creation of nation-states and socialist states. By uniting the remaining monarchies in a cooperative network, Grace has provided a platform for these nations to maintain their influence in the face of shifting political dynamics. The organization continues to strengthen their economic ties and diplomatic relations among the member states, serving as an important force in international affairs. Through this effort, Grace aims to preserve the unique heritage of its member countries, promoting prosperity and stability in the global community. The Organization for Recopan Economic Development, OMEC, is an intergovernment economic organization founded in 1921 to stimulate economic progress and increase trade in Recopa. It is a forum of countries describing themselves and committing to prosperity, providing a platform to compare policy experiences, seeking answers to problems, identify good practices, coordinate international policies of its members. OMEC uses wealth of information on a broad range of topics to help governments foster prosperity and fight poverty through economic growth and financial stability. The structure is based on continued monitoring of events in member countries as well as outside the member area, and includes regular projections of short and medium-term economic developments. Watchtower of Human Rights. WHR is an intergovernmental human rights organization made up of roughly 1,400 staff members around the globe. Established in 1918, Watchtower of Human Rights is known for fact-finding, impartial reporting, use of media, and targeted advocacy. Often in partnership with local human rights groups, each year, WHR publishes more than 40 reports and briefings on human rights conditions in some 26 countries, getting coverage in local and international media. With the leverage this brings, WHR meets with governments like the Alliance of Nations, regional groups like OMEC, and the United Peoples Pact to press for charges in policy and practice that promote human rights and justice around the world. Miscellaneous organization, Royal Herald. The Royal Herald is the official state-run newspaper of the Kingdom of Rizia. It is renowned for its strong pro-monarchy stance and dedication to reporting news that aligns with the interests of the state and the royal family. The Herald primarily covers news that promotes the monarchy's initiatives, achievements, and the broader state apparatus. It also publishes the occasional societal and gossip piece, offering readers a glimpse into the lives of the Rizia's nobility and elite. Its readership prides itself on being well-versed in the nuances of Rizian politics and culture, viewing the newspaper as a bastion of national values and a guide to the country's prestigious heritage. Ariana Torres Association, ATA, is a non-profit organization dedicated to the promotion of Rizian language and culture abroad. It operates language schools and organizes exchange programs, festivals, discussions and other events in 20 countries worldwide, including Rumburg, Morella, and several Xian and Rican countries. It was founded under the reign of Queen Ariana Taurus in the years after the War of Rizian Succession as part of a post-war attempt to restore the country's international reputation and win goodwill from neighbors. The association first established a teacher training facility in Monquiz, offering scholarships to cultural ambassadors interested in teaching the Rizian language in their home countries. Music, theater, art, and literature branches followed. The association is government-funded, but run autonomously. Its activities are mostly held in positive regard abroad, although it has attracted occasional accusation of gold-washing Rizian history and failing to represent the country's modern-day diversity. The Rizian National Coalition is the majority party in the House of Delegates, Rizia's legislative body. Its current speaker is Daria D. Rava. Founded in the wake of the 1926 uprising, the party consists of a consortium of nobles, as well as aristocrats, landowners, and high-ranking business people. Its stated interest is to preserve the kingdom's stability and tradition. It often proposes tax and land rights policies that favor upper-class economic interests. The party has also played a pivotal role in shaping education and cultural narratives, writing a version of Rizian history that lionized the nobility and underscores its indispensable role in the nation's development. The Rizian People's Party is the sole opposition party in the House of Delegates, Rizia's legislative body. It is currently led by Manus Suzerain. It was founded on the authority of King Velero Torres shortly after the uprising in 1926, in an attempt to channel the grievances of Riza's non-noble classes. In the years immediately following the uprising, it maintained a near-negligible presence in government, sustaining a handful of Brina's academics. After the next decade, the party grew to comprise activists, intellectuals, artists, and blue-collar workers. Though hampered by the Rizian election process, which heavily favors nobles, the RPP gained increasing representation on provincial councils and in the House of Delegates. Under the leadership of Manus Suzerain, who galvanized the party on his return to Rizia, they achieved their highest ever results in 1949, winning nearly one-third of the delegate seats. When not allowed to explicitly campaign against the monarchy, the RPP has adopted a pro-democratic agenda, pushing for measures that empower and uplift commoners without disrupting the kingdom's system of government. Su-Omino is a nationalist organization based in the province of Brines, with smaller branches active across Rizia. Its self-proclaimed goal is to put native Rizians above all, the literal transition of the Rizian phrase Su-Amino, and restore the borders and the kingdom had prior to the taking of Pales and Zeal. The organization was founded in 1932 as Wessex civilians fleeing the war began to enter Rizia via the region of Zeal. Wanting to maintain Welland's favor, King Velero Torres kept Rizia's borders open, imposing a quota system by which Britains accepted the majority of arrivals, with Montclair and Rizia Imperial taking on smaller numbers and Velorquiz the least amount. Claiming the refugees presented a threat to Rizian values and were putting an undue amount of pressure on the country's social system, a handful of citizens in Isa began organizing a weekly protest. With the tacit approval of then-Duke Hugo Torres, at first poorly attended, the gatherings grew over the next decade as immigration from Welland and an increasing extremist Sturdia continued. Hey, they want to take back our lands. They're all good by me. The 1941 recruitment of Rico Torres, King Velero's nephew, resulted in a larger public spotlight and many new members for the organization. Su-Amina's current activities include weekly neighborhood patrols in Isa, Portagerzun, Montclair, and Monquiz, as well as quarterly rallies hosted on the grounds of Rico Torres' royal residence in Isa. Members have organized boycotts of Wessex-owned businesses and pressured local governments into shutting off aid for asylum seekers, but no direct violence has been recorded as a result of the group. That's good. Let's keep things non-violent. I say we keep things not violent, you know? Alright, we're a member of the AN. The Alliance of Nations AN is an international organization formed by most countries on Earth focused on intergovernmental framework, mutual cooperation, and solving conflicts. We're a member of GRACE, the Guild of Royal Allies for Commercial Exchange. GRACE is an international organization founded to foster economic cooperation exchange among monarchies in various continents. We're a member of OMEC, the Organization for Mercopan Economic Development. OMEC is an intergovernmental economic government organization to stimulate economic progress and increase trade in Mercopa. Here's our overall, just demographics. Mostly work, mostly Rizian. Biggest age group is 30 to 49. Alright. Population for region, mostly in the capital. And then GDP per region, again, mostly the capital. Okay. And then these are just those. Okay. And then, yeah. We're the GDP world rank 14th. That is not bad at all. King of Rizia in reign 1950, born 1905. So I'm 45 years old. In monkeys, preceded by Varro the Frail, succeeded by Wilby Vina Torres, Grand Visitor Hugo Torres, spouse none, children Vina Torres, and that's it. Background, Dentist Academy officer. Yes, sir. Now let's look around. What do we got around here? Arcasian Treaty Organization, Superpower Alliance. The Arcasian Treaty Organization is a cooperative military alliance that encompasses more than a dozen member nations. Spearheaded by Arcasia, the organization seeks to establish a cohesive framework for economic coordination and collective defense aimed at predominantly countering the influence of CSP. Embracing a roster primarily composed of nations with capitalist economic structures, the ATO acts as a geopolitical bulwark against the global expansion of socialism, particularly seeking to safeguard the region of Mercopa. It strives to consolidate its members' defense capabilities and facilitate mutual cooperation, forming a united front in the face of external threats. In recent times, the focus of the ATO has shifted towards augmenting nuclear deterrence, as advancements in military technology have rendered nuclear weaponry an integral component of modern warfare. This strategic pivot reflects the ATO's commitment to keeping pace with evolving security challenges and reinforcing the collective defense capacities of its member states. We got the Cortanian Security Pact. The Cortanian Security Pact represents an alliance of 9 nations, anchored by United Cortana, aimed at forging an integrated defense strategy and enhancing military cooperation as a counterbalance to ATO. The CSP principally serves as a strategic military alliance, with the most of its members operating planned economies and engaging in resource trade with United Cortana. The organization is committed to countering the global influence of Arcasia in capitalism and is safeguarding the Cortanan continent from external intervention. In an effort to expand its geopolitical footprint, the CSP has, in recent years, pursued a policy of influential extension into Mercopa. It seeks to capitalize on alliances with key partners, such as Vaxland, to confront the challenges posed by the ATO, reflecting its intent to maintain a balanced power dynamic on the global stage. Meftian International Trade Zone. The Meftian International Trade Zone, located in the Republic of Morella, is a globally recognized economic area. Initially established in 1916, this zone is primarily known for its extensive gold mining facilities and refineries. Initially, operations in the zone were contributed to by corporations from Morella, Lesbia, Vaxland, and Rizia, as well as through the management of the strategically important Meridian port. The collaboration among these nations historically set the foundation for the zone's development and success. Central to this trade zone in the Meftian Basin, a unique geopolitical area rich in sedimentary rock layers with high concentration of gold. This natural resource has been the primary focus of the zone's activities since its inception. Over the years, the Meftian International Trade Zone has evolved, adapting to changes in the global economic landscape and shifts in the international relations. Its role as a significant hub in the gold mining industry continues to influence economic trends and trade relations in the region and beyond. Territory of Zil. The Territory of Zil, located at the northernmost tip of Rizia by the Strait of Kurlek, underwent significant transformations beginning in the late 19th century. Initially a fishing hub, the region's focus shifted to tourism with the development of spas and the reports drawing visitors from Lesbia and inland Rizia. This period of prosperity was interrupted by the discovery of gold, leading to substantial industrial development for mining, overseen by Rusty Montoro. The resultant economic shifts brought about significant changes in the region's landscape and society. In the 20th century, Zill's political landscape was dramatically altered by the Zill Agreement of 1927. Following internal conflicts in Rizia, the territorial was leased to Welland for 25 years, a move aimed at stabilizing Rizia through military support. This leave marked a significant change in governments and brought Zill to the forefront of regional politics. During the Welland Civil War, Zill became a refuge for those affected by the conflict, transitioning from a contested resource-rich territory to a pivotal point in regional stability and humanitarian efforts. The Guild of Royal Allies for Commercial Exchange, GRACE, is an international organization founded to foster economic cooperation and exchange among monarchies from various continents, including Maricopa, Rica, Xena, Anrakan Archipelago, Cortana, and others, by promoting trade, investment, and diplomatic relations among its member states. Grace has played a significant role in the global economy and international relations. The King of Rumburg, one of the founding members, is among the prominent states of Grace, which also includes member states such as the King of Rizia, Baronies of Sordes, the Principalities, Nuremberg, Holy Kingdom of Alvric, the Confederation of Vindonesem, and the Kingdom of Valperna. I'm just going to go through and see, yep, we get back to that for the next one. So that means that is everything. Woo! Alright. Well, if you actually watched the end of this super long episode and watched the whole thing, thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed, and I hope you're excited for us to get back to the main game in the next episode. And if you did enjoy, like, comment, subscribe, hit the bell button so you can see more of this series. And as always, peace.